So today was hotter than the devil's bunghole. All right, it was like 90 something degrees. I went outside to do some yard work and I noped right back inside. I was beat in sweat. I looked like Frank from the beginning of Hellraiser. You know when he's just sitting there and he's just drenched in sweat?
with dirt under his nails.
Yeah,
He forgot the knife.
I look just like. We also forgot a lot about the promo. Let's talk about the promo because, guys,
It was fun.
yeah, we're doing Hellraiser. So the
Spoiler.
concept, yeah, spoiler alert. So it started off as what was it, Saturday? I told you about it. The
The
idea,
the idea for the promo, yeah,
yeah, the idea
Saturday.
for the promo. Can you imagine being like, "Hey, you want to do the entire Hellraiser series Saturday?" I think that I gave you some more time to catch up on all the movies. So
I
Saturday, I come up with the idea for the promo, and I think we forgot like half the stuff we wanted to do. I forgot the knife on my belt. I forgot the string with the tape on it.
yeah.
And I think it's good. It's shoddy. It looks terrible, but damn, I'm happy
It
with
was
it.
pretty. It was fun making. And he definitely forgot a bit of the stuff. I had seen the first Hellraiser and the remake and most of yeah, get that. Most of most of Hellbound Heart. Like you've heard like just like as embarrassing it is to him out, I have not seen The Shining. But I've seen so much shit on it, so much I've watched so many videos on
You
it,
might
so
as
many
well have seen
yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah. It was the other movies, 3 to was it 9?
yeah. Well, 10. There's
10,
only 10.
3 to
If
10.
counting Judgment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 to 10. I mean, okay, we're gonna get to it, but I really don't think Judgment is as bad as everybody says.
I don't think Revelations is as bad. I mean, it is as bad as everyone said,
It
but
is,
like I
but
still had fun.
there's a little charm to it. But we'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
get
get
there.
there.
We'll get there. Yeah, it was fun. We uploaded it to the YouTube channel and we got an achievement apparently on Instagram.
Like it's Xbox 360.
Yeah, I
I got
got an
an achievement
achievement
unlocked.
for releasing two reels in the same week, and I'm just like, it's barely the same week.
But we're like down to seconds here,
Yeah,
pushing it.
yeah. I yeah. It was a productive week. We watched all of Hellraiser. Yesterday, I wrote a new song. I still need to work on the lyrics and structuring it, and we'll probably need a bridge. But I've got so many like it's structured together. Like check out my Instagram page. I have the guitar and bass up on there as like a live. 'Cause I like it's easier. It's really easier to like share that kind of stuff with Chris. Once if I record it on YouTube or Instagram as a live, I just record it as a live, and there's content out there for people to see about like what I'm doing with my band and everything, and then I can also send it to Chris like directly. Like this is the new song, and then it's right there, full frame, just the bass and the guitar. I can't like obvious. I wish I could like actually have the video. I don't know how to do that with live, so where I can save it and like I could post it to my YouTube channel or something. But I'm really happy with it, and it's because of this episode that the song formatted. Because before we started watching the movies, I come up with this bass line, and you can see like the progression because there's my really dark where I originally was like somewhat of like a new bass riff, bass solo, but just kind of just riffing. And then there's a blooper from last episode's promo, and then there's the new video with the full bass line and full guitar. Um, so yeah, I've been really happy, very productive this week. Not only that, I just whooped your ass at Gallagher Hill.
First off, you didn't whoop my ass. I'm not even on the board. You can't whoop my ass if I'm not even on the board.
I moved you off the board.
So you hold what the first three spots.
First three on your Gallagher machine, yes. That beats your
Jeez.
mom, that beats your dad who were there. Like literally there. I was telling you, I think the only game like there are some like ones that I haven't played as much as my dad has, but there's some that I just pick up real easy. I mean, when I say pick up easy, it's like there's playing an arcade game and then there's understanding. like frame by frame the reaction time of each individual enemy in the cabinet.
Like the meta
Yeah,
of the game.
the meta. It is definitely different from like meta for like modern games because there's less calc less ability to calculate it is the
Okay.
best word to say it because the machine is programmed to do the same exact thing over and over and over again.
It's undeviating. There's very little variables.
Yeah, except for when the yellow bee turns into either the dragonfly or the beetle or anything like that. That changes it, and they also pick up speed the further you go into it. But typically, if you really go into playing a cabinet game, you'll be able to figure it out pretty quickly if you're consistent with it. And the ones that I'm pretty consistent with are Galaga, Tempest, and Centipede.
Those are phenomenal games to be good at.
Yeah,
Those are the best.
I mean,
Those are
they're
like the
just
greatest cabinet games ever made.
I will put money on it that my dad is better at me than asteroids. I don't know what it is.
He was like, I looked at it, I think it was like a 10 or 11 when Asteroids came out, which
Something
is
like that.
crazy to think.
I mean, not to not really doxing my dad, but he's as old as the Super Bowl.
He's as old as my mother,
You know.
and I don't consider my mom old.
hmm
So you're as old as you feel.
I feel like an old man with my back issues. Yeah,
I'm doing okay.
yeah. You look.
It'll hit me in a few more years.
Yeah, things will catch up with you. But I worked at a Kroger for 4 years, and nobody told me how to lift properly.
Oh, there's stickers on the boxes that tell you. It shows you proper lifting
No,
techniques.
no, not at Kroger.
You should sue them. They were good to you.
For the most part, till the end. The reason why I quit.
Isn't that every job?
Yes.
They were good to me until they weren't.
Right. No, I got to the point where it's just like I will say it. I am a very good worker. I once when I know how to do the job, I can do the job exceedingly well. My issue is just getting there. That was always my
But
issue.
just waking up,
Yeah, waking up.
convincing yourself that this is worth your time.
Yeah. And so originally my shift was 10 to 6. But they're like, if you can just get here by 11. I don't give a fuck how long it takes you to get here, but if you're at least, we're going to put you on the schedule for 10, but we need you here by at least 11.
See, you were working graveyard shift, man.
Yeah.
You were a zombie.
hmm
You were not you were not there.
Just because I got there at 10 does not mean I get off at 6.
And just because you showed up to work doesn't mean you showed up to work.
Right.
Like you were just a machine, a working vessel.
I was fucking RoboCop, man.
Yeah, man. You were working for the corporate.
I was working for the man.
Yeah.
Now I'm working for a different man. But eventually we'll be working for ourselves.
Story of our lives, man.
Yeah.
I work for one man, I'm working for another man. Eventually we'll be working with each other.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the podcast is kind of spurring that forward. It's a cog in the greater corporate wheel that will be Sinden Studios Enterprises.
Yeah,
Which I should confirm that. By the way, folks, we are a legitimate company now. I got a employee identification number. So, according to the IRS and the United States government, we are registered and taxable as a company.
So
Whoopee.
we were gonna have an announcement, like, excuse me. We went live. Chandler went live on the movie podcast page, and then I was live with my personal talking about the podcast and everything. But my phone died mid conversation, and we couldn't save it. So I guess just we could just summarize. Not like we were going through talking about each episode, but we don't have time for that right now. We really we eventually we're gonna get to the topic, and it's already going to be a quite a journey. But I think it's still important to talk about the main. Like our topic was talking about how we feel about each episode, but we were sprinkling information on how it's going, the plans for moving forward, and everything.
We had one viewer.
Yeah, one guy viewed it.
One guy knows what's up.
Yeah,
He
so
knows who he
the
is.
majority of people who did not tune in.
But yeah, ultimately, I think the major takeaway from it, the only thing that I think really matters is we're a company. Like, it's official. It's out there. We're a company, and this podcast is part of that company. It's one of the products we want to keep producing.
We I've got my studio, or mine is not official, but my studio is or I guess we could call Sinden Studios a studio and a dis, distribution. Because I like with my short films, like I mean I like short form, like maybe like a 12, 15 minute video, but I could see myself doing like a 30 to 45 minute short film,
I love that.
and I would put it under like the main people would be of the Fox's studios, but I think it would be released as from the distribution of Sinden Studios for like your films, whether it's some special project or literally the film that we're gonna start pre-production on soon,
Very soon.
very soon. Yeah,
The script is complete. It's still very raw, very rough.
this is the first rough draft of the complete script,
Yeah. So
and Chandler has an issue with like, oh, this word will be better for this one segment and this one word in this one part of the
well, it's
script.
why I can't finish my book. And
Yeah,
I don't go and promote my book. I used to tell people I was writing a book, but now it's one of those. It's a lifelong project. It's not a matter of I need to get this out so I can make money on it. It's more a matter of I have something to say, and I will drive myself crazy if I don't get these thoughts down in word form. So it could take me 20 years to finish a book. And that's fine by me. It's always there. It's a lifetime project that I'll be working on. But the book is completely different in the sense that it's okay if I take my time. It's okay if I go back and revise over. Hell, Stephen King does that. He's revised The Stand in multiple editions. He keeps going back, and he's like, his work is never truly done. Even when you publish something, you still go back and change things. You can't do that with a movie,
can't.
unless you're George Lucas. Unless you're George Lucas, most people don't go back and revise their finished work. And most people just they commit to what they released. And with the script, my problem is the author in me, the writer in me, is like, this is a better word choice. This is that's not the case.
Wasn't it Hellseeker? Was it Hellseeker or Revelation? Or not Revelations, Judgment. It was either Judgment or Hellseeker, where they had finished the movie and there needed to be complete like new scenes shot in a different way to just redo the movie. I think it was either Hellseeker or Redemption, Judgment. We could do that in a course correction, but it was one of those
I think
movies.
it's Judgment,
Yeah,
and we'll get to what I'm considering and what most people call the spec script era of Hellraiser,
yeah.
in which it's just a bunch of scripts that were rewritten to conform to Hellraiser versus a Hellraiser movie that was turned into something else. It was literally like, oh, we got this script laying around, and they would dust it off. They'd take it out of like some warehouse somewhere. Be like, we got to keep the rights to Hellraiser.
So let's make this Silent Hill film Hellraiser.
Yeah, it's not that it was literally supposed to be Silent Hill, and when we get to it, it's very clearly just Silent Hill inspired.
Right.
It's a Silent Hill movie more than it's a Hellraiser movie, but you can tell they just dusted some script off, reworked it to be Hellraiser. Hey, we got this seedy noir detective story. I don't know, write Pinhead in a few scenes, and there you go. It's simple as that.
I think I would do that. Like, I think it works better with short films than long form. Like, in a couple of years, I'd definitely like to do my first film again. Because I don't think it
Oh, the
represents the full vision I had originally.
the creepy pasta.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
because it's a lack of equipment.
but not a lack of trying.
Yeah. It's just like, I approach everything in a punk rock DIY kind of way. And that's what kind of scares me about going to school to do makeup. I mean, like, yes, I need some groundwork on how to actually do it professionally and to be able to show studios that, like, yeah, I have the certificate. I did through the ringer. I did the classes. I did everything. But my worry, like I was telling you last night, is what if I lose that DIY aspect of it because I've had proper training? It's kind of what I was worried with, like when I was taking bass lessons. I feel like it would take away from how I naturally play.
It,
That's why I stopped.
it goes back to what we were talking about with Kroger and just working
Hmm.
is The way you are is you look at a problem and like, okay, what's the most efficient way to tackle this? And you'll do it in the way you know how. Hell, even in school, it was the same issue with me is I suck doing math the way they want me to. Hell, I almost failed language arts because I wouldn't write the way they wanted me to. Did that mean we were bad at math or bad at writing?
I'm I'm pretty bad at math. Period. I think the only thing I'm good at is probability, but that
The
works with rock and roll
yeah,
if I
yeah,
can play cards.
yeah. It's like with that the point stands where if you see a problem, you want to tackle it in the way you know how, regardless of how people tell you to do it. The same thing happened at Kroger, the same thing would happen at school. There's a method that everyone wants you to follow, whether it be the school board or upper management, whoever it is, they have to follow the rule book. They got to do things a very specific way to keep the cogs in the machine going. And you throw a wrench in that by deciding to do something different. And that sets a precedent. If you do something different, the next guy's going to do something different because they realize that kind of behavior is being rewarded, regardless of the fact that if what you're doing is actually more helpful and beneficial than what they're telling you to do. So you will go out of your way, find what works for you, but that doesn't work for them.
I think a good example. I mean, this is probably not relevant to literally anybody but people that work at a grocery store, but
Surprisingly, a lot of people.
but they would want me to. So the product comes in on a pallet. And I think doesn't take doesn't take an Einstein to figure that one out. But when the truck shows up, they're on pallets, whether it's wood or plastic. There's just like almost like a pyramid shape of product that comes on the pallet. What they wanted me to do is take one pallet out at a time and um, just work from the pallet, bring it down all the aisles, bringing it just like grab a box. This is supposed to be on aisle 11, so I got to take the entire pallet with me to aisle 11 and do it that way. Rather, after a while, it's like not only is this inefficient in the way that it's time consuming, but it's also frozen items that can't be on the floor for too damn long.
It's contradictory.
Yeah, so what I would do is I would bring out about 5 pallets at a time in the back room and grab like three because we had 3 aisles essentially with frozen food. So what I would do is break it down on each. I'll take a full pallet and break it down into the three aisles. I'll break it down once when that pallet is done. I'll pull out another one, put the pallets down, fill that one up with each aisle until the whole truck is broken down, and then I could knock out like it would only take me about 2.5 hours of my 8 hour shift, and then by the time I'm done with all the pallets, I'll still like have an hour and a half left to.
You did it so efficiently
Yeah,
that
and
there's nothing for you to do.
right, and they would be like while I'm breaking it down, they're like, "Why aren't you done yet? Why aren't you done?" And I'm like, "It's a process. It's gonna take a second, but it's gonna be done before management comes in the morning."
Would you rather have the work be done with quality and care or just quickly? And that's kind of the problem. Hell, that's how cars and houses are manufactured today. Very cheaply, very quickly. Is it efficient for time to get things done quickly? Sure. But it's not done with the most care or the most quality. And you ensure that in the ways you know how.
Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that it's you bringing one pallet out that has a mix of 3 aisles. It's gonna thaw out before you finish the pallet
Right.
because there's time bringing it to each individual aisle because you got to stop, roll the thing on a jack all the way up and all the way down, and that's also the thing. We had a limited amount of jacks, so I couldn't have one jack the entire night. So it makes sense that if I'm gonna have a jack, I'm gonna put it on the aisle that it goes to, and then just work off of that pallet. And then when I need to move it, I can go get the jack. It's courteous to everybody else because there's a limited amount of jacks. I'm working at an efficient pace. Everything is not thawing out and everything. And I'm doing this by myself. I'm working like I would break down about 9 pallets and have it done by 8 o'clock by myself. And and they would just be like, "Why didn't you do more? Like, why didn't you condition? Why didn't you clean the freezer or anything?" And I'm like, "It's 'cause it's just me."
Hire more people.
Yeah,
Hire good people.
yeah.
Surprisingly, I could relate to your plight, having worked at Walmart.
Right.
So it's not like I'm completely unaware of your situation. Mine was a little different though. Yeah, there was times I worked pallets and the jack, very seldomly, but for the most part, see, I worked in. This is for the benefit of the audience, not you, because you know all this shit already. But I worked online grocery pickup or OGP, and I think they changed the name of the program like two or three times. But it's like it's online grocery pickup. People know what it is. You
Right.
don't have to keep changing the name. I hate when companies try to like minimalize stuff because they think people are dumb and don't understand what things mean. It's online grocery pickup. It's right there in the acronym. But that aside, uh, my job was pretty simple. I go out there and I start early in the morning. So a lot of times I go in at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, and I go crowds the aisles and get the items that people order. So the cart would have a bunch of different buckets on it, and different people would order stuff, and those items would go in that specific bucket. So like if Miss Jones ordered something, that'd be in one bucket, and if Tommy Doyle from down the street decided to to order something else, that's in a separate bucket. So I move in one cart, all these different buckets with different people's orders, but I have to shop out of order. So I have this little scanning device, which is kind of a crutch. It's like driving around with GPS on. You rely on it, and now you don't know where you're going. So people would stop me and ask me where aisles are, and I'll be like, I work here, man. I've been working here for a year, and I can't tell you because I just follow where this handy dandy device tells me to go. It's like a GPS for me. So I just go and I pick up individual items. It'll tell me whose it is, toss it in the bucket, and keep doing the rounds. And once I was done doing that for a few hours, I'd go into the back and I'd swap out somebody else, and then I would take those same items, I'd put them in the freezer and everything, and then take it to people outside. And so I worked the full load of the job. It wasn't just because you had pickers, you had grinners, and you had all kinds of people. You go out there and get the items and you take them, but I did the whole job. So I'd grab the items, I'd go back, I'd station them where they need to be, and then I'd take them out to customers. And it was just a constant cycle. I was one of the few people who actually worked every position that the job had in a single shift because no one else would do it. And I'm not trying to sound disparaging here, but most of them were like really young girls, and of course, be like, Chandler, can you do this for me? And it's yeah, sometimes it's like a fucking 500-pound bag of dog food. This scrawny little tween girl couldn't pick it up, and that's understandable. They want me to just do everything, so I'm literally. There's times I'm sliding. I'd run and do a fucking baseball slide out the door, grabbing stuff, and I'm just running and running. The whole point of me telling you this, other than that, because honestly, that's irrelevant,
Right.
is the actual job itself. The whole point of that is the scanning device saved the chilled stuff for last. So I'll give Walmart some credit. As horribly managed as a lot of the job was, despite the fact my personal manager was a cheerleader in high school, and you could tell. Though I think she was a bit disgruntled, and the cheering stopped after a while, and she was like not a cheerleading manager anymore. She bitched at me more often than not.
I mean, that's management for
Yeah,
you.
but I'll give them some credit. With the technology they provided us, they saved the chilled and the frozen items for last, so they wouldn't go bad. And I'll give them some credit. But that's about the only thing I can say positive about it.
Right. At Kroger, I worked everything. Like, there really wasn't anything I didn't work, and it's not because I couldn't work in a particular position. They just need to be somewhere. And I'm like, I don't care. It's the same job, you know? I,
Essentially.
I've worked frozen, dry grocery. I've worked seafood and meat. Um, I've done the bread aisle. I think the only things I haven't done was deli, bakery, and cashier. It's like literally the only things I didn't do at my store. My favorite was floral, but God forbid you have a guy working floral. And I'm like, yes, I want to work floral. It's like so easy and not just easy, but it's fun because I actually like plants. I like flowers. I like the decor the decoration of it all, like setting it up pretty and having people like be like, yeah, I want to buy this, you
Well, I
know?
think it's stupid that like flowers are seen as feminine. Flowers are nice. They look nice. They smell nice. Why is that solely an effeminate thing?
Yeah, they were like, are you like every time I'm like, hey, is there an opening in floral yet? It's just like, why do you keep asking? It's like I don't know, maybe because I want to work that job. It's not like anytime there was an open shift, I didn't take it, and clearly they don't see that I'm like, hey, I'm actively trying to work in this department.
You know what's ironic about being a dependable employee is that they expect you to do everything, and it very rarely pays off for you, other than the paycheck of it. But they send you in every which way but loose. They get this job, this position, to the point where they might end up wanting to make you a manager.
They wanted me to make, they wanted me to become the manager for the produce department, even though at that time I'd never worked a single shift in produce.
They put they put the right people in the wrong places and the wrong people in the right places.
Right. I the number one thing that pissed me off is the bread aisle is a little bit more difficult than people think because there's constant rotation, watching the dates, making sure the product is presentable and conditioned, and the bread aisle just doesn't just have the Kroger bread. I mean, there's some people that come in to do the Owl light bread or whatever. The Kroger brand bread. There's also the Kroger donuts, the Kroger cakes, like the Kroger brand cakes and everything. It has to be organized and everything. And these the bread will come out in trays. I'm sure everybody's seen somebody with like a bread tray taller than the aisle wall and everything of bread. And it's they said it took too long, but it's like when I got done, it's like they said that it was the best the bread has ever looked. But they complain about speed. I'm like, well, what do you want? I've completely asked. I've asked my managers hundreds of times. Well, what do you want? Efficiency or quickness?
They want quickness.
Yeah,
They want the illusion of efficiency, the illusion of
quality.
quality. Yeah, it's the best way to put it. They rather have it look like they know what they're doing versus taking their time and doing it. I think it's a very fast-paced job behind the scenes. There's a lot going on that people don't know. You just walk into a store, it's as simple as you just stock the shelf. No, there's a lot that goes into these things, and people don't really consider that. But once you work retail, you kind of have sympathy for these people.
Yeah, I'll talk to people at the Kroger near our house. I uh, I talked to the frozen clerks. Like I get it, man.
It's
I
like
did I did this for 4 years.
you give them a pass when things don't run smoothly because a lot of times it's first off you can tell when it's the employee's fault and when it's not their fault.
It's, it's more apparent when it's the employee's fault.
It's yeah, they're not talking to the customers. They're slacking off. They're on their phone in the back, and they raise a finger while they're popping their gum. Like, hold on a minute, I'm busy, and they're playing Necromerger on their phone. That wasn't you.
I wasn't into Necromerger till then.
I don't even think it existed then. Shout out to Necromerger.
Shout out to Rhino Games.
But yeah, these you can tell when they're slacking and they're not doing their job.
Yeah.
But when they're beating sweat and they got their hands and everything.
Oh, I'm wearing short sleeves with jeans and a t-shirt in the frozen cooler because I'm working my ass off. I'm sweating in the frozen cooler. How hard I'm working in there. It. Everybody would ask me, "Aren't you cold? Aren't you cold?" It's like because you've never worked this job before. Clearly not.
Oh yeah, you're drowning in sweat.
Yeah.
And it's the craziest thing because there'd be days where it'd be so hot in the warehouse and I'm sweating so much I'm cold.
Yeah.
And even if it got really hot, we had a freezer in the warehouse or like right there. And I'd go and just sit in the freezer for a few minutes and go back to work the job. But some people, they saw that as their break. So they would stop what they were doing and they'd hide in the freezer for like
I've
30 minutes.
Yeah, as
I'm
the
sure you've done
frozen.
it too.
Well, more so as the guy who was working in and out of the freezer. I was just like, I'm not gonna say anything, but if I come back and you're in the way, because that's what I really liked working about dairy is that I'm always in the cooler, pretty much stocking milk, juices, and how it was set up, cream cheese and sour cream and stuff. That was the best to work, is just because it's like so isolated. It doesn't feel like management's breathing down your neck. But it's funny with dairy. I've only been hurt on the job a few times, but not enough. I've only one time had to fill out paperwork, and it was because I had my toenail ripped off because of a milk pallet. And I was just like, because it was still on there, and I just wanted to wrap it and go back to work. But they're screaming at me, "Get off the floor! Get off the floor!" And I'm just like, I'm in pain, but it's a pain that's like, just give it a second, it's gonna go away, right? And I'm just like, just give me a second, just give me a second. And they're screaming at me to fill out all this paperwork, and I'm like, it's not a lie, but I don't care. All right, just give me a
So
second.
they only care about getting sued.
Right. You're not gonna get sued. Just give me a second to breathe because I just literally almost ripped my toenail off. And
It's
then
an accident.
the
Yeah.
best part is I finished unloading the truck and then I went upstairs.
Like a good employee.
Yeah.
It wasn't ever rewarded.
No, all they did was bitch and scream at me. Why didn't you tell us earlier? This and that. It's just because it's not a big deal.
You're making it a big deal.
Yeah,
You're the one scared about getting a lawsuit.
and all I'm asking is 3 seconds. Just sit down and just power through it and walk it off. You know? Yes, we can wrap it if you really want to, but all I was going to do is just sit down, take a breather. Once when it's slowed and everything, because there was blood going through my sock when I took my shoe off. But I was just like, just give me a second. Let me have a breather because it hurt, But I'm not going to sue, and I just want to go back to work.
I worked at Walmart with a sprained ankle.
Yeah,
And it was a very high paced, very fast paced job where you're running all the time, and I literally had to hobble on an ankle. But more people there were cooler about it. Of course, if you hurt yourself, they didn't want you to work. But this is kind of like in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is crazy to think that what was it 2 3 years ago now,
almost. Yeah.
3 years. So when we would get to work, we had to go through this checkout point first. Where you check your temperature to see if you had COVID and everything. They didn't actually care.
No.
So if they give you this sheet of paper and you check out like how, or I mean, they would check it out, but you would tell them. So there's a questionnaire. They would ask you, do you have this symptom, this symptom? Do you feel this particular way? If you had everything on that list, and there was quite a few of them, if you had every symptom just about except one, you were good to go.
Right.
Are you coughing up blood? Oh, that's bad. Okay, check your temperature. Yeah, but you don't have a fever, so you're good to go.
Right. And
That
it's not
false
a
compassion.
political thing, but I wore a mask because they required us to. They told us that you can't work unless you wear a mask. So not only is it hard to breathe and it's sweaty and you're moving pallets all the time, but then you get bitched at for when you do actually get COVID. They're like, "Why did you go and do that?"
They're mad at you because now you
Yeah,
can't do the job.
yeah. It's like I'm like I feel completely. Well, that's a lie. It's probably I got COVID during the second wave of it. It was during Christmas time, and I got it literally Christmas Eve. I got it literally Christmas Eve.
Do you
Eh,
know the exact moment?
Yeah, we woke up Christmas Day, and we're like, me and my parents, and we're like, fuck.
It just hit.
Yeah, it's like, cause it's like, yeah, you could be cold, get a cold, whatever, but because of the intensity of the cold that we had, we're like, I don't think it's a cold. And we got tested, and all three of us had COVID, and they were like, "Can you send us a picture of the test?" Okay. Can you send this guy a picture of the test? Okay. Can you send this guy? Can you send the
Ugh.
HR a picture of the test? And I'm like, dude, I already said it once.
They
If I
gotta
had,
check all their they can check all their bases.
yeah, and I have to like, oh, as soon as I got like a cold. I let everybody know. I'm like, hey, I have a cold. I'm going to take the test. And they're still like, oh, until you get those results, please come into work.
You're telling them that you're sick. Do you
Yes.
want everyone else in the department to be gone too?
Mm-hmm.
Because when we had people that had COVID, it was like almost like lockdown for like a day. It was like okay, and no one worked, or they'd call in half the people, so they'd have a smaller amount of workers in such a confined space. But for the most part, they didn't give two shits,
Yeah, we've had people work with COVID.
and they probably knew they had COVID.
Yeah.
Everyone knew they had COVID,
Yeah.
and they still allowed them to work. It's all about the paperwork. It's
Yeah,
all about the illusion that you're following protocol. Is what they care about more.
right.
Now, tell me this: how was your coworkers, and tell me how were the customers working at Kroger?
Customers were fine. Coworkers were even better. It's really all management that gave me hell.
I mean, it's every job.
I mean,
HR.
I had a really cool manager in dairy that every once in a while she would just be like, "All right, we're going to CeeLo Blue. Clock out. We're gonna go there."
That's cool.
Yeah, and she'd get us lunch and everything, and like sometimes we just go over or a half hour break because we're literally walking. Like we're, I mean, it's kind of. I mean, I don't live over there anymore, but the Loganville Kroger, we would just exit the store and walk down the plaza and go to CeeLo Blue.
Ours was Arby's.
Yeah,
That was our
yeah, it's in
hangout
the
spot.
parking lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was our hangout spot.
yeah, and I had a manager in Frozen, which she was really cool. Amy, I think she's still working there. I texted her the other day, but she didn't get back to me. She was really cool. She was into horror. She was into sci-fi B movies, and her husband was the original bass player for the metal band Fear Factory.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, and like her husband has met like Chris Barnes, the members of Cannibal Corpse, and all these different like metalheads and stuff. These legendary musicians and stuff. And I just talked to her for hours the entire shift while we worked, talking about movies, talking about music, talking about the
No
different
monsters?
styles and monsters.
Oh,
Yeah, movies, music, and monsters. Yeah, because she was down to talk about cryptids too.
you know, you found a friend.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why you
she
can
was
talk
really
cryptids.
cool. And I mean, she's a little younger than our parents, but I mean, she was like right there with like grunge too as well. So
I knew a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy. Okay, it wasn't quite that intensive, but I knew a guy who worked. He was so cool. He was so cool. He we worked OGP together, and it's funny because you have all these coworkers, but you very rarely bump into each other because you're just moving the whole time. So
right,
in the lulls and the downtime in between, when you're stocking up your cardigan or they're filling up the freezers and you're going to retrieve something from the freezer, you have this bit of overlap with each other. And I talked to him, and he said that his father was one of the original founding members of Kansas.
that's cool.
Now, when I say original founding member, he left before Kansas got big,
Right,
but he was in Kansas and was there when it started, but he left before Kansas took off because he's like, this isn't going to go anywhere. In retrospect, that was probably a bad move.
yeah,
That's probably a bad move.
yeah,
But it's like it's just cool that that was his dad. It was still neat. So he was pretty into music, and his son Kane was really into music.
my my closest coworker was Drew, and I met him in grocery, and we both ended up working Frozen together, and we're just like two peas in a pod. Like we were like my coworker best friend, you know, because he grew up during uh, the infancy of the internet. So he would play all the MMO games. He'd talk about World of Warcraft.
RuneScape.
Yeah, he'd talk about RuneScape.
Yes.
Uh, he was the guy that introduced me to Clash of Clans. And
You still got to join my clan, by the way.
it's just if my phone will download the app. It's been a while, but yeah, we were really cool. We definitely knew like the cool thing is that we understood each other's barriers. Like there are things that he wholeheartedly believed in, and there are things that I didn't. So we knew like if these things come up, it's not going to be fun. So we can keep it a civil discussion, but these are particular topics we disagree on. But they never came up, and we were really close and everything. And then like as somebody who doesn't have faith, having a really good friend that has faith, I went to church with him. He was yeah. I was like, I don't have a problem with it. I'm hanging out with my friend, and he wants me to go to this thing that's very important to him. Like whether or not it was like a special event or not, just I don't remember. But it was just the idea of going to his church with him, which I mean, like that made him happy, so I don't have a problem with it. It's fine, you know. It was like the best. I don't want it to come off as disrespectful as describing it as entertaining, but I think that's the best word for it because it's like, yeah, this is church. There's nothing like it didn't feel like it was a good church. It wasn't anything pushing down your throat,
Was it like
but
a
it
tent?
was
Was it like a tent revival where they're making cripples walk?
yeah, it was just like what you expect. Like the people go there like this pastor for what he's saying. You wouldn't like, but as an outsider, it never felt like in 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 bad terms brainwashing or like convincing them this how the preacher preaches. Because I from being adjacent from religion and watching my friends who are religious and everything and talk to people who are religious, it's not about the location, it's about the preacher. How the preacher preach is the most important of why somebody goes to that church. They like how he talks, they like how he presents the Bible and everything. The guy was cool. But I will say the memory that sticks out the most is I come in with Drew. He's got like a collared shirt. Like I mean, he always wears collared shirt because that was work. But like even like at work, like when we were able to just wear t-shirts and stuff, he'd still wear a collared shirt. Not like the Kroger color, but he'd just wear a collared shirt. But he was wearing uh collared shirt, and I show up with like a punk shirt. And I give the preacher the most limp dick handshake I've ever given, and I'm like, that's never gonna happen again.
Oh, you
Cause
loved that, didn't you?
yeah,
My mother used to go to church with a pentagram shirt.
that's cool. That's cool. I like the idea. Like we talked about this before. The people that are so sure in their own faith, they can joke about it.
Yeah, I have said things on this podcast
Yeah.
that are pretty risky for people of
It,
the same faith as mine.
I don't think it's a matter of why I want to be respectful about it is because I do see the value in religion. It's the same way, like with my own spirituality, I see value in it. So why should I take it away from other people? But also, why I don't want to just automatically making the easy jokes about it is because you know I'm not sure if I identify as an atheist, but I don't want to make anybody look bad. Because if an atheist is like filling the stereotype of making pot shots at religion, that's not. Those aren't good jokes. If they're easy jokes,
Low blows.
yeah,
If it's a well structured joke, and we were talking about this the other day,
yeah,
if it's a good joke, I don't care how offensive it is. I don't care how crass it is. Comedians and gangsters and humorists, they're predators ready to pounce.
right,
And it doesn't matter if the prey is an antelope with a limp or an elephant. No matter the size of the prey, you pounce.
yeah,
You pounce when the timing is there because every good humorist and every good comedian, they pride themselves on timing and opportunity. And that's what good comedy is all about. It's about the opportunity of a situation. If it presents itself, make the joke.
we sorry, we um, I definitely have more of a abrasive comedic style, but it's just like how I've always worked. My comedy is on like a dial, and I can automatically just set it to where it needs to be, the correct level. Like I could like it dials all the way down when I meet somebody new, and I slowly dial it up to test the waters. And then once when I hit that sweet spot, I know exactly how far I can go with it. Um, when we're not recorded, the dial's all the way up, and it's like it's almost effortlessly making the really good jokes, but like when we're recording, I dial it a little bit back. But I really like that because it's a challenge to structure the best joke for the best moment, riffing without touching those boundaries that I have set for my comedy for when we record.
Right.
It's it's not of like, oh, I'm scared of being canceled, or oh, I don't want to lose people. It's more so I don't want people to know like my own policies, my political alignment or anything. Not because they're too radical or not radical enough. It's more so just like with my art. I see it as I don't I don't want to do it. Like I enjoy political music, but that's not what I want to do. Just like with my movies, I don't want any. I want it to be apolitical, and that's why I kind of like when we do joke. we were talking about this in the live stream. It's flip flop. We could be making fun of one side, but then in the same breath be making fun of another side. So
It's the South Park approach.
yeah, I'd like to keep it that way because it's personally, I don't think it's anybody's business what I politically align with because that's not my content. I'm not making political commentary or music or anything like that. I'm here to talk about movies, monsters, and music and have fun with it. You
Yeah,
know?
politics and religion is not part of it. But at
No.
the same time, all good art still has a touch of the artist in it.
Yeah.
It is possible to create art without your own personal beliefs and ideologies being embedded inside of it. But I do enjoy having pieces of me in what I make. But that's what's so good about having a partner because it's like a counterbalance, especially you. I mean, look at us. I mean, you guys can't, but we're just completely on opposite ends of just about everything, and it creates such an awesome counterweight to what we say. Because you might make a joke that I disagree with, but I'll give you props for having made the joke.
If it's a good joke, it's a good
Because it
joke.
doesn't. A joke isn't about making a statement or a point. A good joke is you're commenting on something you see. It's an observation. And that's it. That's all it needs to be. It's not making some grandiose statement about human nature. Or if it is, the best way to do it is through the lens of an offensive joke. Because you can point out how silly something is.
The hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy, the contradiction in things, and how absolutely ridiculous some things are through the lens of a quote unquote offensive joke.
Yeah, it is definitely a touchy subject for people, but like I said, we're apolitical here. I mean, off the record, probably not, but
No, I'm able. Like everyone has an alignment for something because everyone needs something to identify as.
yeah.
People need titles. People need words to describe themselves because it gives them some sense of belonging, some sense of purpose, and then they feel like they can fit in with a particular crowd. Because at the end of the day, there's 8 billion people on this planet. People don't want to feel alone, so they gravitate towards particular sects of society. And some people, they find that purpose and that sense of belonging in religion or politics. And personally, I love those topics for the psychology of it.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
fascinated by why people make the decisions they make. And I think through those lens, it's very fascinating to see what makes someone gravitate toward Christianity, what makes someone become an atheist, what makes somebody a conservative versus a staunch liberal. Are those touchy? Sure, because people are insecure. People are insecure with themselves, and so when people point out fallacies or point out quote unquote flaws and gaps in their thinking, they get defensive and those walls come up because they don't want to look at themselves. And just like retail is its own form of hell, if you want to get very introspective about the human spirit, about the human nature, and ask questions or get answers to questions you didn't even know you were asking, Hellraiser's the series to do it.
Speaking of which,
Bada bing, bada boom.
I think it's about time. We lost most of our listeners at about almost talking about an hour of bullshit. I think that's a new record. I think that's a new record.
I'm happy
48
with it.
minutes.
I
48
love
minutes of
stretching bullshit.
bullshit.
It was a good talk.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like at the end of the day, I'm gonna cap it off with I know what my politics lie. They're not fun to talk about. So I just don't want to talk about politics because I don't find it fun. Nobody's gonna find my points fun. So let's talk about Hellraiser.
Okay. Yeah, but and I will build off that point to talk about Hellraiser because yeah, it's uncomfortable.
This is an
And
uncomfortable
people
series.
people don't like feeling uncomfortable. We strive every day for comfort, for leisure, for some semblance of safety.
But there
That
has to be a balance.
yeah, and that's what horror is about. Because with horror, you can feel in danger from the comfort of your home, from your home theater.
Yeah.
You can sit here and smoke stogies and drink beer and watch it on the big screen and laugh with your friends and have a good time. But at the end of the day, Hellraiser as a franchise, like most good horror, makes you feel uncomfortable. It
Yes.
makes you ask, Why do I feel this way? It makes you internalize these thoughts and this inner dialogue that you're having and go, why do I like this? Or why does this make me afraid? That's what good horror is all about, is making you feel uncomfortable and ask questions. And it goes back to this sense of psychology. And whether you're Scarecrow from Batman or what, it's like fear.
Oh,
It's fear is so fascinating because it shows you why people at their basic levels decide to make decisions. And with Hellraiser, the decisions people are making are based off either a fear of death or, more often than not in the series, exploring sensation. And when you break it down from like an evolutionary biological point of view, if you want to get to the nitty gritty of the psychology of human psychosis, it is all down to we do things because we feel, because we think, because we have emotions that other creatures do not. We will go out of our way to feel things because we can. Yes, dolphins have sex for fun. I know that's what you want to say. Yes, but
you steal my thunder like that?
yes, dolphins have sex for fun. That's a rare exception in nature. But we make decisions based off how they make us feel. Some people they get pleasure from helping others, from giving to charity. It makes them feel good inside. Other people, it's the complete opposite, and they get their pleasure from inflicting pain on others. Some people get pleasure from inflicting pain onto themselves. And that is so fascinating to me that people make decisions based off sensation. We do it right now. I went downstairs before we started and got this Mount Dew. Why? Am I thirsty? No, I'm not thirsty. I just like the way this Mount Dew tastes. So I made a decision based off I like the taste of this dew. I'm going to drink it. I don't need it. So it's all about excessiveness, the excessiveness of experience, going out of your way to search something out because you want to feel it.
Code Red is better.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it is. I mean, no, no, straight up, yeah, it is. But people go out of their way to search things out. People are not content with sitting in a dark, empty room unless they have the limit configuration and they're surrounded by candles. Most people are not content with sitting in a room by themselves and just not doing anything. They get bored. They jump at the bit. They get jumpy. They just have to search out more to fill this void in them. And that's terrifying because some people take it farther than they should. For me personally, I get bored riding roller coasters. I've done like no, have I jumped out of planes? No. Have I done a lot? Not really, but I've done enough in my life to where if I died right now, I'd be comfortable. I'd be happy. I'm satisfied with a lot of the stuff I've done, seen, and experienced to where I almost feel complete.
It's definitely a different experience, difficult experience because we've been best friends since middle school, and sometimes it's difficult to be like, yeah, let's go do this thing, and with your ideology of like, I don't need to do that, you know, I feel like everything is complete, and it seems most of the time I have to encourage your passions. I have to tell you that this is really good. Please keep doing that, or you won't do it because
Yeah.
you're just so content with everything around you.
I'm happy.
Yeah,
And sometimes I convince myself that I'm not, but that's not true.
right.
I'm completely happy and content with
Thank you, Discord.
what is that? Toasty? Who's Toasty? Are you talking to somebody on Discord other than me?
I got a few Discords.
Get quite a few.
We don't need to get into
So
details.
all that to say that for me to enjoy life, I I I kind of zoom in
Hmm.
instead of zooming out. A lot of people they need to up the ante like it's a drug. Life is a drug, and you need to get high off it by doing crazier and crazier things to fill that void that you have. But it's almost like this: the more food I eat, the bigger my stomach gets, which means it's harder to fill. And the more and more you eat, the bigger and bigger that hole's going to get, and it's going to be harder to fill it. Just like with drugs, the more drugs you do, the heavier they are. You need more. up the dosage. You need something stronger and more potent. And that's life. Life is a drug. But for me, I'm satisfied with it. I'm happy if I do things, that's great. But I don't need to contribute to the world and I don't need to take from the world. I'm happy with just experiencing existence as it is. And I look around me and I see a sunrise. That makes me happy. I go fishing and I don't even catch a fish. I'll sit up there 8 hours and not get a damn nibble. Or I might get one of those stripper fish that take the worm right off your hook and they even feel a tug on the line. I'm happy with that. They clearly wanted that. They wanted that worm more than I wanted the fish, so they can have it. I'm happy with anything because I play the cards that are dealt to me in the moment, and I'm satisfied because ultimately I'm just here for the ride. I'm here to enjoy life as it is and as it comes. But I lessen the scope of the world and I just focus on smaller, more intimate things. This conversation I'm having with you, having the time of my life, just sitting here talking with you. For me, that's happiness. That's the peak of existence and the peak of living is just sitting here and having these small, intimate moments. But with Hellraiser, it shows you that not everyone feels the same way.
Be a simple man. Dude, every time you go on some kind of like all your points are valid. Yes, that was really good content. But whenever you go on to this prolific conversation, it always just goes down to, hey man, it's just how I feel. Or hey man, this is just all I need. And it's just like that song really represents you at your core. It's just like you don't need much to be happy. And for most people that's something to be very jealous about, and I think that's something really good um to have. It's just to not be, you don't need a lot of stimulances to keep yourself preoccupied.
But
But this first movie has a lot and not a lot going on at the same time, surprisingly.
thematically, it's very deep.
Yes, but for people who are going into the first Hellraiser movie expecting Cenobites up the ass, that's not what you're getting.
That's kind of not true for most of these movies.
Yeah,
You don't get a lot of Pinhead or Cenobites anyways. That's really reserved more for like the second and third movie.
yeah.
You get way more Cenobite action. But this first movie,
It's all about Julia and Frank.
it's all because they're horny.
Yes.
It all goes down to they're horny and they want more out of life. And Frank and Julia are the main characters of this movie. Kirsty be damned. I love her. She's great. But
She's like two pegs under Cindy for me in terms of the female leads in horror movies. I think I hate Cindy more than any character in horror history. But I think Christine's not that bad, but she's getting there. And then I think I was so numb to Kirsty after the second movie that when she showed up in what was it, Hellseeker?
yeah,
I didn't care. I didn't care
it's a
that she
nice
was there.
inclusion. But
Yeah,
yeah, she's kind of just like a whatever character. And I hate to say that
even
because
because she's quote unquote the main character, but the story is about uh, Frank and Julia.
well, and that's what makes Hellraiser stand apart as a series. Before we like really, dive into the movies individually, as a series, it's focused more on the evils of humanity.
Hmm.
There's very few redeeming characters. There's very few good people. Yeah, you got
Larry is the best character in the entire
just
franchise.
straight up. Yeah, he's the most wholesome character.
He's just trying, man. Because like the most heartbreaking thing is like he's not thinking that Julia's cheating. She's not seeing other men. What she thinks is that she's just lonely because she's in this big house while he goes to work and everything, and she just needs company. And the sit down with Kirsty at the um Asian food, I can't.
Some Oriental restaurant.
Yeah. Where he's just like, "Hey, can you go talk to her? Can you just like be a friend?"
Like woman to woman. Because
Yeah,
there's this gap. He's like, I'm a man, she's a woman. I can't relate to her. I can't.
right.
I
And
can't talk to her on that level.
that really shows the wholesomeness because it's like I love this woman so much. She's my world, and I just want her to be happy. And I see that she's not happy at the new house.
And when they try to have sex and she pushes him off, like, no, no, no. This is later in the movie, of course, when Frank's right behind him, literally skinning a rat. But she pushes him off, like, no, no, no. And he's like, you threw yourself on me. You thought you wanted this. And instead of being like, you bitch, like in a lot of other movies, you get the douchebag. It's just like, well, you don't want to have sex with me right here, right now? You bitch, backhands her. No, it's more of a, I just don't understand you. It's
What's going
it's
on?
just, yeah, he's more concerned with her well-being and just, how do I fix this? How do I make this right? He's just a good dad in the fact that his daughter calls him in the middle of the night after having a nightmare about a vision of what's to come. He's very understanding. He's like, "Why are you calling me at this hour? Grow up. You're a grown woman. Why are you calling me because you had a nightmare?" It's a, I'm okay.
Yeah,
It's just he's a sweet guy, and he's probably like the only character other than Kirsty or maybe what's her name, Tiffany from the second movie, the mute.
yeah. I think it's Tiffany.
Yeah, there's very few characters in this series that I would consider redeemable, and that's by design. That's
Right.
the series isn't showing you repentant people seeking to better themselves. They're seeking selfish pleasures. They're seeking the further reaches of experience.
Yeah, and uh, the first and second movie are based off the book,
Clive Barker.
Clive Barker's book, The Hellbound Heart, and it's so exhilarating for me because, like I said at the beginning, I had only seen the first one, the remake, and just enough of Hellbound Heart to know exactly what happened without seeing it. And we will see when we talk more about the second one and the remake, but those are just objectively the best ones in the movie in the franchise. I'm sorry, it's like yeah, there's some ups and some really low ones, but not as bad as the big sauce daddy over here had me thinking about the franchise because he said, "Oh yeah, after five." After four, the quality is just a sharp nosedive. And I can see where he was coming from, but maybe we just got better opinions than everybody
Because
else.
I'm parroting the sentiment echoed by other people.
Right,
I'm telling you what the community of even Hellraiser fans, what they think of their own franchise. But we come at everything almost like outsiders. Even with me in Halloween, I think Michael Myers should have stayed dead after two, and we should have gone with the original idea of each subsequent film being an anthology film, like three, like
right.
Season of the Witch. I'm the like a huge Halloween fan, but I still disagree with almost every other Halloween fan about my own franchise. So we always come at this as outsiders, even though we've always enjoyed these movies. We've always loved horror. We still feel like outsiders, even in our own community, because we can see the merit and the potential and stuff. Even if, yeah, there's hills and valleys to Hellraiser,
Yeah.
but there is still a streamlined uh, consistency.
Yeah, consistency is the better word than continuity.
There's very few other than Kirsty coming back.
Yeah,
There's
that's
very
about it.
few moments of actual continuity. The first four movies work really nicely as like the bench from like one to four, even though four is a tacked on like a bow on the present or a cherry on top. It's not needed, and I think you described it when we were talking about Five Nights at Freddy's. That Hellraiser 4 Bloodline is like Five Nights at Freddy's 4, where it completes a story, but it's not necessarily needed.
Right, yeah.
It's a nice add-on, but you don't need it.
You
But
could have ended it with Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
probably should have. The I don't know, sister location security breach are really good.
I would say I really enjoyed the lore aspect of Pizza Simulator.
I have it on my computer. We can play it later.
Yeah. But the first four movies are really solid. Clive Barker's book was the first and second one. The third one is so good for the fact that it's not needed, but it works really well. It's like let's take what we had, what we ended off on two, and thrive off of it. Like we're jumping the gun a little bit because we still got to finish talking about the first one, but the idea of separating Elliot from Pinhead and having Pinhead have no restraints, no, nothing holding him back from.
Taking the man from the monster, making these two separate
Yeah,
entities. Yeah.
I think that really, really did good for his character, but I also think that it's the first instance where they are trying to capitalize on the character of Pinhead rather than the concept of what Hellbound Heart was trying to do and making him an horror icon.
That's what they cared more about,
Yeah,
especially when you get to the third movie and he's a slasher.
yeah,
He's
like
not a slasher, like
like straight up.
because you don't need Pinhead in Hellraiser.
Yeah,
I don't think is he the poster child? Is he the
yeah,
mascot for the franchise? Yes. He is completely unnecessary and unneeded. He's a welcome presence, especially being played by Doug Bradley. Fucking owns the role. He is Pinhead.
yeah. He is Pinhead.
Now, just like with the Leprechaun series, someone will come along and take the mantle from him, and I think it's very well earned.
The third attempt is better than the second.
Just like with Hornswoggle and Leprechauns, like, there's a bit of there's a dip. We will get out of that. There's hills and valleys, and that is a very deep valley.
But the fourth attempt was really good. I think it's the closest we were gonna get to a Pinhead without Doug.
Well, we'll talk more about it, but
We got it. We got it.
Pinhead in the book is a female.
Yes.
The Hell Priest,
Yeah.
as Pinhead is described in the book, is a female, but it doesn't matter.
No.
It's all about concept and execution with Hellraiser. It's about the themes and the characters. I think are just pawns or secondary to everything. It's all about the story being told and the themes being presented that are more important than Pinhead himself. Pinhead is great, but you don't need him.
Yeah.
And so when people go in with Hellraiser, they're going in with I want to see Pinhead. It's like you watch Nightmare or Friday, not the one with Ice Cube, but the 13th, and you go there for those horror icons, and so people think, oh, when I go to Hellraiser, I'm gonna get Pinhead. He's barely in the first movie, but it's all about presence with Doug. It's all about presence. So when he shows up,
It's
every
like, oh shit.
it's like, oh my god, yeah, and I think it's more effective than it's like the Jaws approach.
Yeah.
It's you barely see him, but when he shows up, you're paying attention.
Hmm.
You're listening, and his dialogue is so well written and ominous, and just he's got this bravado. And I'm sure there's some manipulation of his voice. It's like a voice modulator,
Hmm.
uh, but it's so deep and powerful and guttural. And when he speaks, it's very powerful stuff. But he's barely in the movie.
It's really about Frank. The first two
He's the
movies.
villain.
Yeah. And it really, really a good cold open to the first movies when he meets with the seller of the box.
The guy who also sells Mogwai from Kremlins.
Yeah,
It's the same guy.
yeah.
I'm sure it is. In
That's
my
a
head,
good. That's a good conspiracy.
it's the same guy.
Um, when he says, "The box has always been yours," it's really good open. And he
Always
brings the
was.
box back to his house, and he finally opens it. Just like right out of the gate, you get glimpses of the Cenobites, and it just tears him apart, just rips him apart with the chains. And like even in that moment, you could tell he was into it, you know. And then we're introduced to Larry and Julia, who just was it? They bought the house, or they got the title for the house, something like
We
that.
got to tell from the house because that's where Frank was.
Yeah, it
It,
was
it,
Frank's
it didn't
house.
even look like he lived there. He looked like he was squatting in that
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
There's maggots everywhere and big roaches. Not even like they're like straight up American roaches. Huge
Well,
boogers.
I think that shows how long he's been gone.
Well, yeah, I know it is.
Yeah,
I know it is, but it's just like it's just a disgusting house, and the fact that Larry's just like,
we can make this home.
this is fine.
Yeah, as it
This
shows
is fine.
the optimistic values that Larry has is that he sees how shitty the house is, and he's like, we can make this a home.
Julia just doesn't care about any attempts that he makes. Like morality is just nothing in these movies.
Right.
Being a good person will not save you.
No.
Being a good
Damn it. What is that? Windows
restart.
update? No.
I don't think I will.
Yeah, we're in the middle of something important. So they get the house, they clean it out, and Kirsty gets her introduction as Larry's daughter.
Mhm.
They have this house. Well, actually, uh, most importantly, when they were moving the bed upstairs, Larry cuts his like. I think it's weird that
On the nail when they're moving the
yeah,
mattress. Yeah.
yeah. Movie timeline says that out of the entire movie franchise, it's the only scene that made him feel uncomfortable in terms of the gore because how like I guess how real it could be.
Well, yeah, because the rest of the movie, you got chains coming out of nowhere, ripping people apart. This could happen. A
Yeah,
rusty nail in a new home you just moved into.
yeah. He splits his hand open and he runs to Julia, who just so happens to be looking in the attic. And the blood hits the floorboards that seep into what we can only assume is just Frank's heart that's just been chilling there. Like it's I don't know. I never really thought about it till we're sitting here right now. Wouldn't it all be decomposed and everything? But for the exercise of getting the story to just keep going, get the ball rolling. The blood hits the heart, and the heart starts pumping. And then when they leave the room, it these effects hold up
Holy
so
shit!
well.
Oh
They
my
they
god!
still hold up. This is what
7.
eighty
It
seven,
was 87.
and the effects are so good. And there's some parts where it's like I I know a little bit more than most people about practical effects, but I still haven't gone to school for it.
You're not Tom Savini.
No. I don't know how they did this. Like for some of the bits, I know how they did it, but some of these bits have it's stop motion mixed with inflation and puppetry.
It's just there's almost no words.
Yeah, you just
It's
gotta watch
awe
it, man.
inspiring. Especially if you are into filmmaking or into effects, you're gonna get a raging hard on for this, man.
Not like this is the best scene in terms of practical effects that the first Hellraiser movie does. But two, I was in awe the entire movie. Like the for the practical effects, the settings, the props, and everything. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Um, so he comes out of the floorboard, and it works, but it's such a weird choice. The yell that he does is of pain, but of victory at the same time. Of like, I have made it out of hell. I am here. I am flesh and blood in on earth. I am here. I've made it. I'm back. And it's always like every time I see that scene now, it's that sound effect he makes always puzzles me because it's a mixture of a lot of things, and you can always project a different feeling and emotion every time you see it. Is it pain? Yes. Is it pleasure? Yes. Is it victory? Yes. Is it fear? Yes. Because he's like, I've escaped. Now they're going to be looking for me.
Right.
And it's I don't know, people don't talk about I mean, I'm not on the forums like you are in terms of Reddit and everything, but as far as I've seen, nobody really talks about that noise he makes.
People care more about very minor little things that just like they talk about how good a kill is, or they like, oh, this effect's really good. But when it comes to Hellraiser, these are the things you want to talk
Hmm.
about, and it seems like no one talks about it because yeah, there's confusion here. How would you feel?
I
There's a contradiction of emotions surrounding this event.
on Earth, I would say he's probably been gone for like 2 to 3 months. But when you're being tortured like
That's
that,
an eternity because
it
I'm sure
feels like eternity.
time passes in hell completely different. Because I'm sure a day on Earth is probably 1,000 years in hell.
Yeah.
So he could have been suffering for an ungodly amount of time. Quite literally, an ungodly amount of time.
Right. So Julia, after the So they so that night they have a house party with his friends, and the boyfriend gets introduced. What's his name?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
He doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. But he does play the boyfriend role pretty solidly in terms of I like this girl. I want to support this girl. I want to be
No
with
matter
this
what.
girl, no matter what.
He's like the strong silent type from like a '50s movie where they're not really a character. They say a few lines. They're there to serve a role in the plot, but no matter what is happening, no matter how batshit insane. Okay, just like I was telling you, like I just play the cards I'm dealt in life.
Yeah,
All right, this is what's happening. This
yeah,
is what we're doing.
yeah,
Okay, does it question it? Does it second guess anything? All right, I love this woman. I will do anything for her, even though I'm pretty sure that they like just meet or.
yeah. They just met.
I don't
I
know if
don't know.
this woman's
I don't
worth it.
know. She was drunk. Took her home back to her motel or hotel room. And I don't know. I mean, it probably makes more sense in thinking about it as a motel rather than an apartment because there's two beds. They don't sleep in the same bed. Who knows? They probably had sex and then just kind of, I don't know. Then whatever. They wake up in two separate beds because her city has, uh, sorry, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of character
Yep.
and a lot of stuff in this movie. Most importantly, during the house party, or dinner, whatever you want to call it, Julia gets up and leaves. And I find this very weird how she's so warm with everybody but Larry. But this is even before she knows that Frank is upstairs.
Because Larry's content. Larry's happy. That's kind of why I brought it up earlier with the way I feel because it is completely juxtaposed against someone like Julia because Larry is happy with what he has. He wants to make her happy, but he's more content with the little things. The simple house party, the simple get together with friends and family. That to him, that's the peak of existence. To him, this is happiness. The solidarity he has with the people around him. Have a laugh, have a beer. That's a good time.
Julia fucking kissed that guy's cheek and then just looked at her husband and then walked away.
And you saw that there's this brief moment, this brief pause where Larry's like, she did that in front of everybody,
Yeah,
and I have to play this off all cool like, and then
right.
goes start talking about a joke.
Yeah. So Julia leaves the party. She goes upstairs and she goes into the attic and then she's terrified at seeing this. He doesn't have legs yet, right? Doesn't have legs. It's just this flesh pile of bones with like pieces of flesh, and she's. I think that's like the coolest, like most manipulative thing ever. Is just don't look at me. Talk to me, but don't look at me. And it's he's so Frank. Why he's such a good villain is because he's smooth. He knows
Charming.
exactly charming. Yeah, he's good looking. You
Well, I
know,
don't even think we mentioned it yet that Julie and Frank have been fucking.
that's
Okay.
important. That's pretty important.
Yeah, so Larry's kind of a cuck and doesn't even know it because Frank, just as smooth as he is,
He can fuck his brother's wife and not even think about it.
when he shows up there in the pouring rain and he knows.
Like this is gonna be easy.
He knows how easy it is to just quite literally slide up in there.
It's
But
just it also shows the character of Frank. He doesn't care if it's his brother's wife. Pussy is pussy.
yeah,
At the end of the
you know
day,
I can respect game, but at the same
Gabe's
time,
got to respect Gabe, but at the same time,
have your limits, buddy.
yeah,
This franchise is about why you need to establish limits.
right. So they've been fucking. They've had an affair, and there's an important note. I think Frank says something very important. He says, "They promise me everything, but never deliver." Like she'll like during like Julie after they had sex, Frank just gets up and tries to leave, and she's like, "Don't go. I'll do anything you want." And he says like something along the lines of, "They promise me everything, but I get nothing."
Someone who's just never satisfied.
Yeah,
Like now he achieved having sex with his brother's wife, and that's nothing to him now.
right.
That's I that was his goal. That's what he wanted to achieve, and once it's done, move on to bigger and better game.
Essentially, yeah. And I don't know that mentality of having basically putting a spell on her. Um, I don't know. I don't really think anybody would really be doing this for anybody. I don't care how much you love somebody. I don't think you're gonna kill three or four people just for somebody to become human again. Have
Lust is
enough life.
powerful.
It is.
But I think once you see the person you're lusting after, especially if there's no like real love tethered to it, you just see them as a pile of bones and flesh.
Who's just trying to fuck you?
Yeah, I think at that point, I think the lust would be gone. But
Yeah.
it's the forbiddenness of
Right.
it. And I've been really wanting to talk about this, but this will come back later when we talk about movies like The Lighthouse. But the idea of sexuality is important in horror, but it's very rarely touched on in horror. So this is why I love Hellraisers because it does touch on the sexual aspect of this. Fear and sexuality are very intertwined, surprisingly. And people don't really talk about it, but the forbiddenness of it, the fact that this is something that most people will never obtain.
Right.
It's this far away thing, so abstract that you'll never achieve it. And it goes back to up in the dosage, the up in the drug is there's some zenith, there's some top of the tower that people are always reaching for, and they'll never get there. And if they did, they wouldn't be happy with it because this is it. There's got to be more. And it goes to this where the forbiddenness of the fact that he died and is coming back is so taboo, so it almost goes without words. There's something so abstract about this emotion that this is not something that should be happening.
Right.
This is impossible. And yet she desires the impossible. She desires what she can never have. Frank desires something he can never have. They'll never find it, but in this moment, the impossible is happening.
I think
And
this is a good point to note that a good tone of a good Hellraiser movie is sexuality.
you
Whether
need it.
it's tension, whether it's fear, whether it's actual sexual horror, to have a good Hellraiser movie, it needs to have that presence. And the first and second one nailed the
You're
emotion.
drenched in it.
And I would argue that Judgment has that kind of feel to it. I will argue. I will argue that there is a level of sexuality with it. Not so much with the characters, but the atmosphere. When the bits with the Cenobites and everything. But all in all, with one and two, the sexuality, tension, and fear and horror of it all. That's what makes a good Hellraiser movie, and that's present in the first and second one. And as sad as it is, it loses its touch after that. But when Julia sees Frank for the first time, she's in horror because she doesn't recognize this person. It's just literal like Return of the Living Dead kind of zombie here. And he says when he starts talking, "Don't look at me. It's me, Frank." And he's like, "The blood brought me back. I need you to bring me more blood. I need you to bring me bodies." And at first she's like, "No, no, no." But then he works his magic like he always does and convinces her to start bringing home guys that they promise that they'll sleep with, but bringing them up to the attic and just kill. And that's the majority of like the process, like on screen, what's going on. I mean, you have Kirsty's relationship with her father, and then also the relationship between her and Julia, because Julia isn't her mother.
No.
No, and when when she opens the Kirsty opens the box for the first time, the engineer shows up, and not a lot of people talk about him. I really feel like it's yeah, yes, he's not doesn't look like anything like the Cenobites, but it's a creature in this world. And the good thing about this movie is that you have a small cast in one location. That's the key to having a solid movie. I mean, yes, you can have depth with a lot of characters, but a lot of the time, if you have too many characters, the story can get fumbled. And I really think having a small cast
Keep
in
it focused.
one location,
Like
right?
like Evil Dead or something like that.
and
relatively in one spot. There are definitely moments where you see parts of the city where they go to that restaurant,
hmm
but having it focused right here keeps the story centered on what's important.
and they try to do that with Revelations, but it doesn't have the same vibe. That's a perfect example of how it can go wrong having such a small cast and small. But we'll get into why it was like that. But so she's bringing back bodies. Larry's getting concerned. Uh, Kirsty has before she's even opened the box because that's like way towards the end of the movie, and I jumped the gun on that. So this goes back to I think the most wholesome scene of the movie where they're at the Chinese restaurant, and he's just like, just go talk to her. Just go talk to her, see what's going on. And when Kirsty gets to the house, she sees Julia bringing in another guy. And so she's like, "Oh my God, she's cheating on my dad." So she runs up there and tries to confront her. And when she makes it all the way to the top of the stairs, Frank comes out of the room with like a bloody like dress shirt and pants, and it's so good. I love the de-skinned costumes that they have for,
The muscles, just the makeup.
and like when they're shirtless on their back, it perfectly lines their spine, and it's so good. The movement is so fluid. You know, there's only, excuse me, with the first and second film, there's only like maybe not even with the first film. I would say with the second film, there's only one practical effect where I'm like, but we'll get there. Um, he he's all like, it's so like the energy of the taboo behind it is because it's also he gets this ancestral uh taste for Kirsty real quick, and I think it has nothing to do with like who she is. It it's a matter of he sees a woman and he wants to have power over her.
I don't know if it's implied at all in the script. I haven't looked at it because a lot of times the script will say something that isn't brought up in the movie. It's simply like a just a note, like a footnote in the script. But I interpret that as I think Frank probably touched her when she was little.
Probably, yeah.
He was probably that kind of uncle,
hmm
and I don't know if because it seems like he always had these feelings because it seems like Kirsty was already kind of off put by Frank to begin with
Right.
before seeing him de-skinned. So it makes me wonder if he had touched her when she was little.
Probably, but I do think that's one of the driving pleasures that Frank has is power over women.
Hmm.
And I don't think that family relations matter to him. It's
No,
all about power.
no,
And yeah, that feeds into your theory about it. Because, yeah, when you really assess the scene, it seems like there was already tension between Kirsty and Frank.
it's already there.
Yeah, so she freaks the fuck out. She finds the box, runs out, and she's running down the street. She slows down and then sits down, and then she gets crowded by people because she's covered in blood and everything. And then she ends up in the hospital, which she ends up staying in for a while after the end of the movie. But she finally opens the box, and these effects are so good, and it's I love manipulating the environment. That's one of my favorite things in horror, and I think that's what Evil Dead did really well. Is you have this space, and you can do anything with it, whether it's rotating the room, spinning the room, putting the room at an angle, or making a projection of the film or a projection of the room seem smaller than it actually is, because you could like the room that they're in, it's a typical like hospital room, but the projection of what you're seeing makes it seem like when the wall actually opens up, like you get the sense like obviously logistically that's not how it's supposed to work, but the visual of it makes it seem more like not believable, but like it's more has more of an effect. Like holy shit, look at
Well,
that.
it shows you that time and space are playthings.
Yeah, they don't matter.
Like you have your own human perception of reality, and then you see how flimsy it is. That your perception of time and space can just drastically all of a sudden be turned on its head, and you don't actually know anything about the universe you reside in. That there are forces so beyond your understanding, and that's why I think we love Lovecraft so much. The
Yeah.
idea that the world as you see it, the way it's structured, is so easily manipulated by forces beyond your comprehension.
I think I think it was pretty funny how the Cenobites waited to talk to her before she got terrorized by the engineer. I think that was funny. I think that was purposeful. I mean, I haven't read the book, but I think that's pretty purposeful for like just toying with a human, you know? Just like you haven't seen the worst yet, but we're gonna show you something just to get
A
you
taste.
a taste, right? And then she runs out. So she's walking down the hallway, and the engineer comes chasing after her. And then eventually, the door closes behind, or the wall closes the pathway, and you can hear the thud and him trying to scrape at the wall. I really like that aspect of it. But the first introduction of the Cenobites, you have the Chatterer, you have Butterball, you have Pinhead.
You look like Butterball right now.
I do.
Yeah, the glasses. What's the girl? The splayed throat.
I don't know. I don't remember her name, but I'm gonna go with what movie timeline called her the chick.
I mean, she is the chick.
Yeah. Uh, but this is where I kind of get a little confusion with the series because you can make deals with Cenobites, but only when they want to. It's never
True.
like a concrete. You could always make a deal, or you can never make a deal. It's always flip flop, depending on the movie.
Well,
But she makes a deal with Pinhead, where if I bring you Frank, you'll leave me alone. And they're like, "Don't play with me, girl. This isn't a joke. This is dead serious. You bring me Frank, or you will your time in hell."
be legendary.
Yeah, something like that.
Your suffering will be legendary even in hell.
Right. So
Every line's so good.
she brings the box back to the house, and she thinks that her father's in danger, right? And
Might be onto something.
yeah, she gets there, and she runs to her father, which she doesn't know it yet, but Frank has taken Larry's skin, straight up Leatherface.
I
So
know
you
you
can
love
see
that.
that adjusting the skin on his skin was so good. Was ugh, and
It's so
and
disturbing
yeah,
because when the scene plays out, you as the audience know what happened. You don't see it, but through implication, you can reason. Okay, this is probably what happened. So when Kirsty gets there, she doesn't know.
right.
So the audience is aware, and this is great and hard when the audience knows something that the characters don't.
Goes back to my favorite type of tension. The audience sees the bomb under the table, but the actors do not.
Yes, and that's exactly what happens with Kirsty.
Waiting for it to
because
go off.
because the audience, and even in this case, this is even better because the audience knows something happened, but we didn't see it.
Hmm.
So the exact nature of the event is still kind of elusive even to us, but we know that that's not Larry.
That's not Larry.
That's not the Larry I know. And
He's not
props,
living like Larry.
he's not living at all. And kudos to the actor, and we'll see this happen again later on. But kudos to the actor because he's technically playing two characters.
Steven plays three characters, which is insane.
We'll get to that.
We'll
And I
get
still
to
think
who's
his acting in Revelation is terrible, but I'll still give him kudos for playing three different distinct characters. But
they're also different enough, you
yeah, they're
know?
all radically different characters.
And
But
when Frank is playing Larry, or when Larry is playing Frank in his skin, there's a difference.
there's
There's
it's creepy. There's just this aura of
off. It's off.
he feels like Frank.
Yeah.
There's this manipulation to it. There's this, but he's also very suave. Everything he says, he kind of draws out his words, kind of like molasses. It makes you listen to everything he says.
Yeah.
And that kind of way of speech is very prominent, but
Sensual.
very sensual. But it's very prominent among manipulators because when you talk like this, you gotta have to follow each and every syllable I say, and I have control of the conversation because I'm drawing out my words. And yeah, you have to follow Me, I am in control because I'm speaking slower and I'm putting more emphasis on my words. But like you said, there's something sensual and just gross and wrong,
Taboo is
taboo.
the best word to describe Hellraiser.
Ugh, there's something so
Taboo.
nasty about the way he speaks
Yeah.
because he's suave about it, but there's just this undercurrent of I want to fuck your corpse and wear your skin.
I I never like even with Julia is doing it all for Frank. There's no hesitation even when he's being sexual towards Kirsty. There's no like what the fuck, babe? Like not a level of what the fuck on like we're in a relationship. Not even a what the fuck cuz that's your niece, you know? She's just
You're
like
kind of blown past that point of no return.
right.
You've
Frank
already,
is going to do what he wants to do.
yeah.
She's just struggling to be a part of what he's doing. Really, it's a struggle for Julia to find her happiness. And she thinks she can find it with Frank. To the point she's so dedicated to this idea of happiness with Frank that she's willing to bring men back and kill them, cheat on her husband, and throw Kirsty to the dogs.
I do like the hesitation with having Frank kill Larry
Hmm.
because she's not immediately on board with that.
Right.
And so there's like, it shows you that there's a little humanity left.
Yeah.
There's some kind of redeeming quality in her. That by the end of the movie's gone. But
Right.
the fact that when Frank comes out the closet all creepy like skinning a rat, and Larry's trying to have sex with her, you know, that's a sentence
Right.
that happens. But
Right.
it shows you she still has reservations about Larry dying. She doesn't love him. She makes it abundantly clear she has no feelings for him, but he's a good person. But by the end of the movie, there's absolutely no morality attached to any of their actions.
Right.
It's all in pursuit of this selfish goal.
Okay, so where are we? Where are we? So she just sees Larry. She sees Larry, but it's Frank, and he's talking so sensual and slow. And then eventually he says something. So she's trying to tell him, "Oh, we killed Larry, or fuck, we killed Frank, right?"
Mm.
And then there's this level of like starting to have doubt of like, wait a minute, this isn't my father. And then he says his come to daddy, and then it's immediate like this isn't. Where's my dad? And then she runs into the attic and sees her dad's dead body, and then we completely skipped the part where so Julia's holding Kirsty, and he's about to stab Kirsty, but Kirsty slips as he stabs Julia, but doesn't care.
There's a part of me
It's
that thinks he did it on purpose.
yeah, he says something along the lines, "It's nothing personal, baby."
He never cared about her.
Yeah, and so they're running up the stairs, and
Means to an end.
she's. I mean, it's a nice shot to mention, but Kirsty hides in the room where Julia's been hiding the bodies, and there's maggots and all the dead bodies and everything. And she runs out, and she's like, "Okay, she's gone," because he was just in the room, and she heard him leave, and then she gets to the railing, and then the attic door creaks open, and he's sneaking up behind her. It's just such a good scene of him creeping up with that grin on his fucking face. I was just like, I'm gonna win. You know?
When he came back from hell, he already knew I'm gonna win.
Right.
I have one.
Right. So then once when she does a merry-go-round around Frank gets him back in the attic, and then the Cenobites show up and is you set me up, bitch. And I love how Pinhead says, "You are not meant to see this." Because it's like, yes, this is essentially was supposed to be for her, but they made the deal,
Yeah,
and
so
he's
this
keeping his word.
that's the thing about Pinhead that makes him such a great horror villain is that he's negotiable. He's not unreasonable. He's serving a purpose. He has a job. They're cultists for this higher power that you'll see in the second movie. But they serve a very particular function and a role in their world that they inhabit. And they have rules. They have laws and they abide by them. And so I guess you could say Pinhead's lawful evil. If you want to, compare it to a D&D alignment chart,
Right.
he's 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 not evil in the traditional sense of the word. They have a goal that they want to enact, but they're willing to strip other people of their freedom because they think this is what you wanted.
It's funny because we say this now. As soon as Frank says the infamous words,
Jesus.
Jesus wept. She runs out of the attic. She's running down the stairs, and she runs into the chick, and she's like, "Where are you going?" You know?
Yeah, and all of a sudden they turn heel
Right.
and back on their own word, which completely conflicts what we see from Pinhead in other
Previously,
iterations.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um. So she starts opening and closing the box, just getting all the Cenobites back in the box. Boyfriend shows up. Uh,
Completely unaffected by anything happening around
yeah,
him.
reality is just slipping away. It's just like, all right, this is what's happening. Let's go. And it's so weird. It's like in terms of continuity between one and two, the only thing that's off is it's clear that I say it was Butterball.
The fat bald one, the
Yeah,
one I
he
said that you looked like.
legitimately dies. He's like the house falls on top of him. You know. But I subscribe to the idea that there are supernatural entities that can't be killed by human interaction. As you drop your pipe.
My
Uh,
pipe of pretentiousness.
yeah. So when the house falls on top of him, I don't think it killed him.
No,
I think when the
he shows up
house,
in two.
yeah, but even though it's supposed to be implied that he's dead,
Yeah.
so it's more of a matter of how did he get back in the box, you know? But I think when the house
Well,
disappears, I
it's
think
like it's a physical projection of himself on the material plane, but even if he apparently died in the real world, I don't think that destroys his form in hell.
right.
Yeah.
So Butterball gets crashed. The engineer is fucking with Kirsty. She opens the box and gets rid of him. And then they close the door. They open it again, and it's the real world. And they walk outside, and the house just fucking falls apart. And then the vagrant, which we have not to mention.
I'm
We
kind of
have
shocked we haven't talked about, man. Like him in the pet store eating crickets.
Yeah. I mean, it's there's so much to talk about, and we're only on the first movie, and we're almost 2 hours into the episode.
Granted, an hour was talking about retail,
Yeah.
which
But
is his
no,
own form of hell.
we're not gonna slow down on the other ones. But there might be some things we skip, but we're trying to get the big scope of the movies.
No one really talks about the Vagrant.
Yeah.
Like people, I hear a lot of people mention the engineer and the Cenobites, but the role of the vagrant or the vagabond, whatever you want to call him, as the keeper of the box,
Right.
as the guy who helps it, because you have the Mogwai guy, the seller
Right.
that gave Frank the box, and we see him again at the end of the movie, but we don't really know his role in the world of the Cenobites. Like, is he? How aware is he?
Right.
We don't know that. But the vagrant does kind of take over the role of the seller in later entries,
Hmm.
but what he is such an enigma.
He looks like Tom Hanks from Forrest Gump when he starts running
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got the huge scraggly beard.
and the long hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the vagrant takes. Excuse me. Kirsty throws the box into a fire.
Oh my god, this part's so cool.
Then the vagrant walks up, reaches into the fire, takes the box, then transforms into
A skeletal fucking dragon.
yes, and flies off, breathing fire.
Oh my god, that's my favorite puppet in the whole movie.
Yeah,
Like my favorite prop in the entire series. And he's on screen as that dragon for maybe less than 5 seconds.
yeah.
And it's so cool. It's so
He
cool.
flies off, and it's a close up into the box. And the box, you close up in the box, and then it comes back out, and it's at the table again. And some poor bastard is getting the box, some other box,
It's yours. It always was.
and then there's the credits. And I think right there, I need to go take a pee break. P Breakover. All in all,
Really good piss.
yeah,
Oh, in the movie.
yeah. Think as we go along, I think we should rate them.
Oh yeah, we will.
So with the first movie, for me, and I know this is gonna ruffle some feathers, not fellers.
Some fellers will be ruffled. That's for a fact.
Yeah. This is the third best Hellraiser movie in my opinion.
I don't know if I can definitively rank anything until I get to the very end, because I think I will learn about how I feel some of these movies as I talk about them.
All right,
Because
that's fair.
there's not a single one I dislike. Some of them I think are tougher to get through, especially as like binge watching them back to back to back. But there's none of them I hate.
There's
So,
there's only one that I didn't really enjoy my time watching
and I was shocked because I was certain it was being the one, because I think I described it as, so like 5 to 7 I described as a lull, and I'm like, oh yeah, it really picks back up with 8. But we'll get there. Right now, surprisingly, after talking for over 2 hours, welcome guys to Hellraiser 2, the Hellbound Heart.
it.
Or excuse me, just Hellbound is what it's called. It's just Hellbound.
Hellbound.
Just Hellbound. Because it's still feeding off stuff from the book at this point. And Clive Barker is still attached to Hellraiser 2. Releases a year after the original, so this comes out in 1988. And I don't know what it is about like late 80s, early 90s movies. Uh, I love the effects. I love the way they look and feel. Because this 2 reminds me of fucking Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I
Like
can
with
see
with
that.
the practical effects, with the props, and just especially matte paintings. I don't know if I've mentioned it yet on the podcast. Matte paintings are like my favorite thing, and movies just don't use them anymore. Why? When you have CGI and green screens, but the matte paintings that we'll get to in this one are just phenomenal, and I love when movies use them. Killer Clowns from Outer Space has a matte painting
Hmm.
when they're in the ship. So for these big, wide,
The
uh,
labyrinth and what the depiction of hell.
yeah, just this movie takes what the first movie did and just expands it, like the
Hmm.
lore, the mythology, and it's crazy when you watch it back to back because the second movie, yes, it's bigger in scope. It adds more lore. There's more going on, but at the same time, it's such a weird movie that as a sequel, it feels off from the original. The original is more straightforward, I think, in its approach. I can see people being put off by the second movie because it's weird. There's a lot of just weird choices, weird visuals, and the story is just fucking. It doesn't flow as well as the first one does from like point A to point B. This one kind of meanders a bit, and I think it's beautiful. I think it's lovely, but I could definitely see it tripping some people up, being like, "What am I watching right now?" It's like a fever dream of a drug trip.
Okay. Full disclosure. This is my favorite Hellraiser movie. Full disclosure, right out of the gate, this is, in my opinion, the best Hellraiser movie.
I won't fight you on it.
The themes are consistent, the practical effects are better, the scale is better, the characters are better.
Everything a sequel should do.
Yes, everything is done just right. And not to mention is the ending really good, but the beginning is very good because it just picks up where we left off. It's like we
Which
never
there's
missed anything.
horror sequels back then had a tendency to do that. Hell, you go back to the Universal Monsters. The movies, even if it's the next day or 30 years in the future, horror movie sequels are usually good about keeping it straight, keeping the timeline pretty coherent. That's not true for every franchise, very clearly, but I'd say at least these first few entries in Hellraiser, it's like Halloween 1 and 2. It's like the next day,
Same night.
same night.
Hmm.
These movies are happening back to back. So when you're binging it, it's a better experience because between Hellraiser 1 and 2, a year has passed, like in the real world, from theatrical release to theatrical release, and then the third movie comes out in 1992. So there's a bit of a period there. But when you're sitting down and watching them back to back, they just flow.
It feels like one movie.
I would say the first three, not so much four, even though I think four is the bow. one. It's a perfect trilogy of films.
3 picks up. The only thing is that the the pillar becomes a statue,
It's fine.
and I think it's because of
The Pillar in two is, by the way, I should say this. My first exposure to Hellraiser was The Pillar because I remember at the age of 2 years old, I was flipping through the channels on TV, and it was like on Stars or something, some like late night channel, and I remember turning it on there, and the scene was the very final shot of The Pillar, and that was my first exposure to Hellraiser, and I just thought I wasn't scared. I'm like, this is cool.
time. Right.
What is this?
Hmm.
So I do have nostalgia for that the pillar itself because I just think it's funny that between entries it just completely changes because this the one and two is so rudimentary, it's so just haphazardly thrown together because they spent the entire budget on on uh on Chenard in his look when he becomes a Cenobite
Hmm.
and the labyrinth and the matte paintings. You can tell they threw their entire budget at the practical work, and then they got to the pillar. They're like, "We have like $5 left. Let's scrape up a bunch of props that we use throughout the movie and just staple them or nail them to this plank of wood."
Right.
It's
Yeah.
very cheap looking. It
It's
doesn't.
really good though.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Um, we pick up. She's in the hospital, and first off, just we said that the boyfriend was irrelevant for a
Dude,
reason.
okay. So this doesn't make any sense. So Kirsty is in a mental asylum because she's talking about demons and the puzzle box, and she's finding a bunch of crazy stuff, and they're finding bodies at the house.
Hmm. Even
Which
though the house.
well, okay. So in the last movie, I love the effect of the house is burning
Right.
because it's just orange lighting.
Hmm.
It's the power of good lighting. If you have good lighting, you can trick the brain into thinking that something because you never see fire. There's no fire in the house. Like, yeah, you see stuff falling, but it's all conveyed through lighting effects. So when they leave the house in the first movie, all the windows are lit up like pumpkin orange
Hmm.
to convey that there's a fire inside. You never see the fire. So in the second movie, when the cops are presumably just two guys, like this would be an entire crime scene. This is like Ed Gein type shit. There's just bodies everywhere, and the house is charred. Yeah, where's the fire department? There's no fire department. It's just two bumbling cops. There's always two bumbling cops.
Abbott and Costello.
It is, and surprisingly, I will mention Abbott and Costello again later. Actually, talking about this movie,
Right.
but yeah, we start off. She's in a mental asylum, and the cops are there, and she's talking to a detective, and of course she's going with the story. But does it even? I hate when characters do this. I hate when they just go straight into this is what happened, and yeah, she's telling the truth, but you gotta kind of convince people that you're not crazy.
Right.
And she's not doing a good job. She's hysterical, but it's the funniest thing when she asks what happens to her boyfriend and they let him go. They discharge him. There's an active crime scene. Kirsty's being detained because she was there and being questioned by a detective. But apparently earlier they questioned the boyfriend and he is discharged and let go. Like, no. See, this is the sexism is on display here. He's like I know this is the '80s, but you go back into like '50s and '60s, hell, even '70s. If a man didn't like his wife, he could just say, "Oh yeah, she's crazy, she's delusional." Throw her in the mental institution. A few hundred years ago, if a man was like, "I don't understand my wife, she must be a witch, burn her at the stake." I don't understand female emotions whatsoever. And that's kind of what it felt like. Like, why are you gonna let him go? He's part of an active crime scene. Question him for a few minutes and he's gone, but Kirsty's consigned to stay at a mental institution.
But at the same time, the only thing that would be quote unquote questionable is if he described the engineer. Because from his point of view, he sees that the house is falling apart. She's got a crazy box. There are people in the house that look fucking crazy. And and all he did was show up, see the guy get crushed, see this thing that if he's smart, he's not going to say a damn thing about because he probably can't even process what he just saw because he's this is
Kirsty doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know anything, and
Right.
he knows even less.
Right. So if I was him, I'd be like, yeah, I showed up. She's screaming. She's got this box in her hand. The house is falling apart. I see this fat guy get crushed by the building falling apart. I would completely leave out the engineer, and then we get out of the house. And the house is on fire, and completely forget about the dragon. Don't even.
Don't talk about the dragon because that's not as explainable. Because like at least from his point of view, if you saw the engineer, you'd be like, "I'm hallucinating. I inhaled too much smoke. I'm seeing stuff." Maybe you can rationalize that.
Right.
Oh, maybe there's a gas leak or something. That's what caused the fire.
Right.
You could try and wiggle your way out of it, but when it comes to the fucking dragon,
Just don't even talk
don't,
about it.
don't, don't.
So yeah,
He must
but
have not, and that's why they let him go.
but but with Kirsty, if she's describing there's bodies in the house, there are murders, my dead uncle came back to life, skinned. There are these demons called Cenobites. There's one with pins in his head. There's a chick with like a circle going through her neck. There's a fat guy, and there's this dude with no
I
eyes.
love the
But
check.
except in the second one, they gave him eyes. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, it's subtle, but yeah,
He's just got eyes now for some reason.
you don't question it.
No. In the moment, you're like, oh, look, it's that guy again. I like that guy.
I love the Shatter. He's my favorite.
Um,
Makes
she's
the
describing all these demons, and then if you hold this story with more detail, like it's more detailed, but all the details are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you look at the boyfriend story for the exercise, it's just like the engineer didn't happen because it was a hallucinant. He saw a fat guy get crushed by the house, and he just completely doesn't talk about the dragon.
Is that why they let him go?
I think that's why they let him go.
That's still just not fair. There's a lot of sexism going on at this mental institution.
Chandler's a feminist.
Apparently, I think maybe you shouldn't let the other guy go who was there at an active crime scene. Because especially if their stories aren't adding up, they're clearly choosing his story because it's more believable than what she's saying.
Right.
But that's not how active crime scenes work. You detain everyone equally and treat everything with some modicum of respect because you, even if you don't believe them, you want the facts. You want
Right.
to know what happened. So sometimes you have to play along with the crazy people because there may be a nugget of truth in what they're saying. And you need to compare it to the people you actually do believe.
Right.
But they question him for like maybe a few hours and he's gone. And he is never talked about or mentioned or relevant in the story ever again.
She gets a new boyfriend.
Yeah,
Um,
he's a dick.
the love interest, yeah, the love interest too. Spoiler alert, dies pretty early in the movie, and
I'm
then
shocked. Kyle.
is that his name?
Kyle, yeah.
Of course, it's a Monster Energy motherfucker.
Ah,
But I love how he's like, I don't believe you, but I'm gonna roll with your story to help you.
because he
He
works
cares.
well, he works at this institution. This is his job. It's not a matter of whether I believe you or not. It's I'm trying to help you. And sometimes you have to play along with the crazy. It's almost how like if a drunk person gets stuck at a water park and they don't know where they are, the lifeguards have to come out with a buoy and pretend that they're drowning. Play into the fable, play into the story that's in the drunk person's head, and just
Right.
play along because at the end of the day, they believe it's happening. So you should just play along too.
It's the only way to help him.
Yeah,
If you
'cause
come in and it's like you're not drowning, you're gonna be even more scared because why am I drowning? Why do I feel like I'm drowning?
yeah, it's like all of a sudden you live in two distinct separate realities
Right.
and you're currently experiencing this one so it's real to you and no one else can see it so it makes you feel even more crazy and you panic. That's kind of what happened here is she's going even crazier because the detective doesn't believe her and Kyle is just like, I'll listen to you. Like you can tell he doesn't believe her, but he still decides to investigate nonetheless. He's like, I don't believe her, but maybe I should still look into this. And he does more work than the detective or any of the police. He actually does something in the plot. So that's why it's shocking that he dies not even halfway through the fucking movie.
Right. You think that he would be kind of an important character, but no, he's just gone like that.
And Kyle is kind of the secondary protagonist, the deuteragonist that we follow uh, from this point where he's introduced. So we have Chenard, who is his introduction is so fucking funny. Hold on, it's so funny. He's in the middle of doing a brain surgery, and he's talking about how the mind's a labyrinth, and of course that'll come into play, foreshadowing.
Hmm.
But he's talking about how, from his point of view, and this comes up in the remake, and I love that the remake touches on the different aspects of desire. He desires knowledge. So he's coming at this from an intellectual point of view. It's not a matter of pain or pleasure. He seeks knowledge.
Right.
And so when we're introduced to him, he's talking about exploring the further reaches of knowledge. That's what he wants. That's why he does what he does. There's no want to help people. That's secondary to him. The actual helping of people is redundant to him. It's not. That's not why he does what he does. So that's his motivation. But Kyle is the complete opposite. Again, it's a Larry type character where he's legitimately a good person who has good motivations.
That's why he dies.
That's why he died. All the good people just die because that's not what the story decides to focus on. It's exploring, the evil and depravity and lust that men have for whether it be fame, knowledge, power. It's all these corrupting forces, and if we focus on good people, those themes aren't going to be explored to their fullest. So we we see Chenard and Kyle talking, and they get to the Kirsty's room, and Chenard is fascinated instantly with Kirsty because the stuff she is saying lines up with what Chenard is already exploring.
Right.
Because when Kyle decides to investigate what's going on with Chenard, he goes to his house, just decides to break into his house.
Right.
There's like occult shit laying around. Like you have all the scientific instruments and you have all this very clinical stuff, and then you just start seeing pictures of the lament configuration. And it straight up has
Three of them.
three lament configuration boxes just under glass.
The one thing that bothers me the most is that he has patients at his own house. And the one that bothers me the most is why is Tiffany is able to be checked out of the institute and he's able to bring her back to, yeah, he's a certified doctor. He's a really respected doctor. But there's always, I think there should always be a level of supervision.
Well, I think it says a lot about.
As my arm just cracks right into the, I don't know.
It says a lot about mental institutions.
Yeah.
'Cause you and me, we've been to Central State. We've explored that, uh, but it's it's one of those things where these places are terrible. There's a reason a lot of them just fall apart, get abandoned, and left behind because the horror stories that come out of the people who have suffered there and have spent almost their entire lives being studied and forgotten by the rest of society. Most people just tend to forget that these places exist. That
Right.
the asylums are real. We see them in media a lot, and there's a bunch of crazy people screaming. But like, no, this is a reality that people face. That people have real mental illness. That people suffer, and a lot of them simply can be treated with a few meds. They could probably just talk to a psychiatrist and get professional help. But these places aren't about helping people. They're businesses, just like a prison or a hospital. It's all business. Asylums make money from the government. They get funded by the government and taxpayer money to just literally just house these people. And if it's about rehabilitation, if it's about just getting them uh, help, psychiatric help, then these places don't work. You
Right.
have to keep people there to keep getting the funding. And they'll show off a few minor cases of, see, this person received treatment and they're better now. And they get released back into the world, and everyone looks at it like, see, it does work. That's one small example. There's tens of thousands of people wailing behind padded cells who will never see the light of day again and are completely forgotten by the world. And it's terrifying because that's a real thing that people suffer through.
It's a
And so,
good transition to talk about the guy that thinks there's maggots all over his body.
yeah,
There's no I don't have any degrees in psychology, but I don't know how you would help somebody convince themselves in their own head that there isn't maggots eating his skin. I That's kind of like way out of my pay grade to be
right.
able to break down, but that's a good example. Some people just can't be helped, and then it's a good place for them to go and be safe, but it's not really a real life if you're spending your whole time believing that there's maggots eating you. But then again, using somebody like that, nobody's gonna ask questions. Why this guy's dead?
And that's why I personally think it's believable that Gennard could get patients to his house. Which, by the way, I was confused at first when I watched it because I thought his house was adjacent to the
Yeah,
hospital.
yeah.
I thought it was like literally like connected.
That's what I thought
Like
first too. Yeah,
I thought he lived there, like, or at least that was his office that he stayed at. But no, it's his home. But he's able to check these patients out because no one cares. And that's what I'm trying to say about these establishments is that nobody cares about these people. They're nobodies. And so it's almost like with Julia taking these suitors back from the bar. These drunk guys, they probably have families. They're probably cheating on their wife with Julia. That's their intention. So she's like, well, I'd rather kill these people than just anybody, just any Joe Blow off the street. I'd
right,
rather kill these people because they're scummy.
right.
And with Chenard, his whole philosophy is, if I'm going to do this, it might as well be with patients who have no hope, patients that no one's going to miss, no one's going to be looking for them. It's easier to sacrifice these guys because they're already suffering. In fact, I'd be doing them a favor by putting them out of their misery.
It's a good point to bring up that dude. Literally, how do you how do you convince a cop to bring a bloody mattress to your office at your home? Don't
He's a neurosurgeon. He's a respected psychologist, and apparently respected in the community. Aren't they like in New York?
I don't
Does
know.
it ever say where they are? Because I remember the skyline. Is it like Chicago
I
or
think it's New York because they were talking about Brooklyn in the first.
it's New York? So I don't know. Maybe it's just he found some dirty cops and was able to just trade them for this mattress.
Yeah, it's never really explained
He's
how he
rich.
convinced. Yeah,
Because he's rich and you can just pay like those two bumbling buffoon of a cops, those two cops in the beginning.
he
They,
paid them to bring him the mattress.
yeah, why not?
That would be an really important piece of evidence because there's Julia's blood on it, but they can't find Julia's body
We
or
can't
Frank's body.
for that matter.
Hell,
Yeah,
they found Larry's, but obviously it's because they were skinned and everything.
but we don't question it in Scream 6 because like this is just one mattress and it's a rich, well-respected doctor in the community. You can just pay off people. But we don't question a detective in Scream 6 who's able to get literally every item ever from the entire series in one location. Every murder weapon, down to clothing that people were wearing. Literally, the TV that killed Stu Macher has everything in one location. We don't question that. But this rich doctor, how the hell was he able to convince cops to give him this mattress? I think it's more believable.
Yeah. So he's in the office and he watches the doctor bring in the patient that believes that he has maggots on him. And he places him on the bed. He takes off his straight jacket and gives him a straight edge. And he just starts bleeding, cutting up his own body,
The
trying to get.
curiosity that the doctor, Chenard has such an this one said he's completely void of the morality of the situation and is strictly looking at this from like how a biologist might look at something. Like they're more fascinated with it's like giving a chimp a machine gun. It's like that chimp probably doesn't need a machine gun, but I'm very curious to see what it's going to do with it.
Yeah, yeah. And
It's all from the lens of what is this guy going to do with this switchblade? Like he knows what's going to happen, but he's looking at it with such curiosity, completely apathetic to what's happening.
he bleeds on the mattress, and just like when Larry bled into the attic, Julia comes out of the mattress, which it's a pretty good effect. It's pretty clear what they did. I mean, there's a hole at the bottom. They put the mattress over a hole, and they cut a hole in the mattress so she could reach through and grab him and kind of pull him into the mattress, and then her coming out. I mean, we'll get to it, but Julia kills more people as somebody coming back to life than Frank has Julia kill, which the math doesn't add up. Like, because it's like
Frank took what, 3 bodies?
three bodies and that's it, and then one body she's able to look like Frank right before he skinned Larry,
Yeah.
and it's
She kills 10 people.
yeah,
It's like almost like a dozen people just hanging there. Most of we don't see them die,
right.
but they're just hanging there, and you're just thinking. Because I thought that too when I'm watching. I'm thinking, why does she need to kill so many?
Yeah, to come back to be full, but really like when she comes out of the mattress, the doctor is not scared. He's so engrossed and fascinated that she's just there.
Just like, yeah, just this is happening.
Right. And I really love the Bride of Frankenstein vibe.
This whole movie feels. I described it like Beetlejuice, but going back to what I was saying, it feels like a Universal horror movie, especially with the bride.
Hmm.
'Cause that's definitely what they were trying to go for, especially with wrapping her up in all the bandages. Um, and this is where the lust part comes in because he started this for the intention of knowledge, but upon seeing her, it's almost like the same thing that happened with Julia the Frank, where he's like infatuated with her at first sight. Like she's skinless, and yet you can see in his eyes the curiosity's still there, but then that spark of love,
Hmm.
and I can't explain that. Like I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something where just like if you come back from hell, you instantly make people want to have sex with you. I don't know what it is, man. Or is it just because this series is just full of people who want to have sex with people without skin? Personally, I don't know about you, but I love to have skin on my women. Is that just me? Am I crazy? Do I need to be put in an institution? I like skin on my women. I'm sorry.
I think it's a good point to bring up that in the scene when Julia is killing the patient, Kyle escapes and goes back to Kirsty and is like, "You're right. You're right. You're right about everything."
Yeah, you know what? You're on to something.
Yeah, yeah. So let's go. And so also, this is a really interesting twist. Um, while she's there, before Kyle gets back, she gets a nightmare of what she believes is her father, Larry, telling her that he's rotting in hell.
Of course, there's no skin on the body.
Right.
He's just like, "Help me, I'm in hell," and writes that in blood on the wall. But it's a skinless body. But she interprets that as her father.
Right. We'll get to why it's an interesting twist. But we gotta. I'm really trying to keep it structured and
I'm
trying to go
throwing you
back
off.
and trying to get the big points of the movie.
We can talk about the themes later. Go ahead.
So, so yeah, it just wraps him up. It's lustful, and as they're on one side, Julia and the doctor are slaughtering patients and everything to get her back to be full skin and everything. And then Kyle and Kirsty are going to the house, finding the bodies and everything. And Julia kills Kyle, and then it transitions to Tiffany, which is interesting because the doctor is the reason that she doesn't speak because from my interpretation, she suppressed the idea of speaking, and all she wants to do is do puzzles. And it is a really good point. Also, when she's given a lament configuration and she solves the puzzle, the Cenobites immediately, or at least Pinhead immediately is like, she didn't call us.
She has no desire.
Right. She has no desire. She's innocent. I think that's the word that they
Yeah.
described her as. And Julia and the Doctor are already exploring hell. Like he's like, soon as the gate opened, they're gone. They're just like, this is what I was here for. I don't want to stay here and get killed by Pinhead. I want to take my time with this. You know?
If I'm gonna be in hell, I might as well enjoy it.
Right. And Kirsty. So it splits up to the Doctor and Julia, and Kirsty and Tiffany in hell. Um, it's once when you watch, like, if you watch the first and second film, and then, or watch the first film and then watch the remake, you will see that there's very little from the first film inside of the remake. A lot of
Mostly to the
what
second.
is in the remake is from two, and I noticed that a lot while watching two. Um, the whole Cenobite transformation for the Doctor.
It's the same that happened in the remake, but
Yeah,
the effects, because you have the
they're
matte painting in the background, and also we should talk about, before we even get to the transformation. When Before that happens, Chenard sees the Leviathan,
yeah,
and it's the coolest fucking thing ever.
yeah,
It's so cool. It's a giant rhombus diamond shape. It looks like the limit configuration,
right.
and you'll see there's a connection somehow between the box itself and the Leviathan because they affect each other, like they're linked
Hmm.
somehow, and it's not really explained what that connection is, other than just the Leviathan is the lord of flesh and desire. And so when you call them the Hell Priests, when you call when the Cenobites themselves, they're cultists for the Leviathan. That's their god. So and I love that they're in hell, but it's not the biblical hell. And in fact, there's different versions of hell. People go to their own separate hells. Like Larry is in his own version of hell, whatever that may be. Hopefully, that's just sitting on the porch drinking tea. I really hope that's just his version of hell. Poor
He
guy.
just poured. Mm.
Poor guy. He got the worst end of the stick. But yeah, it's like this version of hell is different than the biblical one. So the Leviathan isn't the devil.
No.
Just like the Cenobites, as they say themselves in the first movie, they're demons to some and angels to others. They're not entirely malicious in their nature, and neither is the Leviathan. It simply gives people what they think that they want, and it doubles it by an eternity.
Right.
It gives the fullest breadth of experience. So I love the concept of the Leviathan because it's not really a character. It's more just so a thing that exists like as an idea,
An
as a
entity.
it's an idea manifested as an entity in this world that they inhabit. So Chenard sees that, and there's these black spotlighting beams that oscillate around this rhombus shaped thing in the sky, and it hits Chenard. And what do you think it does to him? Does it give him feelings? Like, does it make him feel pain and pleasure all wound up in as one thing?
Yes.
Is that all it is? It's just feeling. The thing literally just shoots feelings at people.
Yes. That's how I interpreted it.
That's how it did too, but I was curious to see if you had a different thought on it. So he is just enamored by her. He's enamored by this Leviathan and hell and everything it has to offer. And when he's finally turned into a Cenobite, there's these wires that go into his face, cut into his flesh. And he's screaming. For most people looking at this is hell. This is torture. But just like with Frank, this guy is enjoying this.
Right. Because he's being given what he wanted. And I think in that sense, fear and pleasure for him is knowledge that is forbidden to him for his
Mhm.
human mind to comprehend.
It goes back to just the forbiddenness. This is something most people will never obtain, but in this moment, he's getting exactly what he wants. But for most normal people looking in, this is just torture. But I love the representation of his lust for knowledge in the fact that this this fucking umbilical cord type thing
That's the
attaches.
Leviathan.
It is Leviathan, but it's all fleshy and it attaches itself to his head. And I
And
love,
I think it's feeding him knowledge.
yeah,
Just like perpetually, like with Pinhead, the constant pain of the nails in his head go away, but it's constant. He loves the pain. He gets used to the pain, and it's not that it's not painful anymore. He enjoys the pain.
he learned to love it.
Yeah, and that's what I think is happening with the Leviathan is feeding the Doctor knowledge, forbidden knowledge to humans, and it's a constant, overwhelming sensory overload. But eventually, he gets to enjoy it. He loves it, and that's why he wants to share it with his patients to cure them.
Because and that's the great thing about the Cenobites is they're givers of a gift that not everyone wants, but they enjoy it. And it goes back to like BDSM and that entire group of people is they enjoy this. But what if they went out and forced other people to enjoy it too?
It's like
Force it on people.
it's like somebody who's like, I like being scratched during sex. I like that like instance of pain, and then the Cenobite's like, you like pain?
We can give you all of it
Right.
at once.
Yeah, we could take your little 1 all the way to a 10 and then some so quickly that you will regret the idea of enjoying pain.
We will make you enjoy all the pain in all the universe all at once.
Right.
Gosh, that's terrifying.
Ah, that's
Well, I don't want to derail it too much, but like in the biblical version of hell, is that something that can happen? Because if the Cenobites, their whole goal is to make you enjoy it, but like in the biblical hell, the whole point is torture and pain. Is it possible if you spend like a million years in hell that you'll just become numb to it, or is it constantly like moving up? Like the dial can just continuously for eternity be ramped up, 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 and you'll never get used to it.
I'd like to think
It's an
that
interesting idea.
I'd like to think hell is personal for everybody, just like in Hellraiser.
Just like in Silent Hill.
Yeah, I think we'll get to it. I really think for people like I don't subscribe to the idea that if you were like Mother Teresa, but you just don't believe in God, you burn in hell for eternity. I just don't think that's how any of that would ever work. Because I think in terms of the concept of being a Christian, I think yes, faith in your God is very important, but there's a particular level of morality and honesty and respect that a Christian, from the perspective of understanding what the values of Christianity that they say that they uphold. So I think if they uphold everything other than just like having faith in Christ, why would they be punished for eternity? So I think that the first level of hell is just suburban America.
That's a
I
statement.
mean, because it's
Are
like,
we living in hell right now?
I mean, essentially, it's I think
Political analysts will say so.
like 9 to 5, coming home at the end of the day, like no growth,
Stagnation.
stagnation. I think that's what the first level of hell is repeating the insane, not quite like Groundhog's Day, but in the sense that nothing changes, your lifestyle never changes, never gets better, it never gets
It's
worse.
literally my favorite thing.
Yeah,
Mediocrity and mundanity. Hell
yeah.
yeah, man.
But Kirsity's hell is very interesting, and how she's able to follow what she believed her father to be, all the way into what she thinks is her dad's personal hell. It's very interesting how they can walk into another hell. If you walk further in hell, you'll find another one. This is very interesting. It could be a transition that I'm missing, but from what I remember, she just walks. She ends up in a room that is, spoiler alert, not Larry's hell, but Frank's personal hell, and he's been there so long that it's just he's numb. He gets enjoyment from it because of all the sensual and sexual vibes from his hell. That is his internal
You
hell.
know, there's these women under these illuminated cloths on these beds. They are coming out of the wall. And there's
Hmm.
a very ancient, like almost Roman aesthetic to the room. And as you know, the Romans themselves are very sexual, perverse, very open with sexuality.
Experimental
Yeah,
individuals.
yes, I think it's interesting that this room that he's in takes on this vibe of there's something very religious and ancient about it. I like that because it harkens back to like Roman times and how they experiment with their sexuality.
And it's like it's a really good fucked up moment when one empty bed comes out and Frank is like, "That's your spot
He's
in
been
my
waiting.
personal hell."
He's been it was he saved it for her. He
Yeah,
always knew she'd come to him. Come to daddy. He
yeah,
always knew this day would come.
and I think it's cheap, but at the same time, he's not the villain anymore. The way that Julia kills him so easily in hell,
Yeah, I
I
love
d-
that. It's
it's
such a Bride of Frankenstein type
yeah,
moment.
yeah. It's no, this isn't about you anymore, Frank. This is my story. You know,
Right.
and I think how he's immediately thrown in and then immediately thrown out of the story. And it's never like, why was Frank in this at all?
He had a moment. He served his purpose in that moment, and the moment passed.
Yes, it was done beautifully. And I think that it still has that fucked up energy because Julia did the same exact thing that Frank did to her.
Hmm.
Just straight up just stabbed him.
Threw him away like trash.
Yeah.
He never mattered.
Hmm. And then there's a part where Tiffany and Kirsty are running down the halls and everything, and Julia has the configuration, and there's just this sequence in the hallway where it opens up and it's just trying to suck everybody in. And Tiffany thinks, or Kirsty thinks Tiffany is going over to Julia. But really, what Tiffany's doing is knocking her into the thing, and it sucks her out of the skin. And this is the only point in the movie where I'm like, the practical effect is because it's like from the moment she slips out of her skin, you could tell it's a ragdoll, like immediately. Like it's like they threw a scarecrow into like a void.
And I told you what it reminded me of. It reminds me of, and here we go, Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein at the very end scene when Frankenstein goes into the fire. See, this is before the thing from another world, which is the first time an actor was in a suit that was lit on fire. This is before that. So what they did was they had a dummy of the Frankenstein monster on 2x4s, and they would shuffle his feet forward through this fire to make it look like the actor himself is walking through the fire. But when you watch it, you instantly know what it is and what they're doing, and it doesn't take away.
Right.
This doesn't take away. Honestly, knowing how they did it is even cooler in my book.
You know, it's important to notice that they leave. I don't like. I get for padding, but I don't understand why they didn't grab the box then and there
Yeah, and it's that scene too that the box transforms
into
into the shape of the
the
shape of the
ship
Leviathan.
Leviathan. Yeah, and so they think that they're good. Julia's gone, Frank is gone, and then now they're just trying to escape hell. But but inevitably, the doctor shows up and shows him his personal uh, hell, where they fall into the hospital, but everybody's all mutilated in different kind of ways, and they're all smiling about it too. And the grand entrance of the new Cenobite, where he flies in through the window.
It's so cool. It's like
Yeah.
it's like on a giant crane.
Hmm.
Oh my god, it's so cool. I wish I had better commentary than that. It's just, but no, it's when it first happens when you see him in his full Cenobite form and he flies into the scene. It's what you said. It's you're filled with awe.
Hmm. The whole movie, I'm in awe.
Wow.
I think a really good scene before we wrap it up with the final like showdown when Tiffany's messing with the box and the big reveal. Um, they kill the Cenobites. He kills the Cenobites,
A
and they
lot of people have
resort.
problems with that.
Huh?
A lot of people have problems with that.
I would. I got it. Like
Didn't bother me at all.
from my point of view, it's like the only way they're gonna die is an entity from their world could kill them.
Makes sense.
If they're strong enough to manipulate time, strong enough to kill each other. And it's interesting how it like Pinhead's group. I forget. There was a good joke that movie Timelines did, and he's talking about like in the book. There's a word that describes a group of Cenobites, and I forget what it is. But um, I think that the only thing that could kill a Cenobite is either the Leviathan or another Cenobite.
Well, here's something interesting because the Leviathan is a living character.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a personification of an idea, but at the same time, it has motivation, and
Hmm.
it chose Chenard as its avatar.
Hmm.
It connected to him. So, answer me this: why did the Leviathan choose Chenard, and why did it decide to kill the other Cenobites who follow it?
Personally, I think that was the first step in the Leviathan realizing that this is not the guy. Um,
Okay.
because I think if the Leviathan has the same power as the box, when the so let me finish talking about the scene where the Cenobites are killed because it will feed back into the
Okay.
final. Um, it makes sense when they were killed because they were stripped of their Cenobite powers. They get stripped down to their human selves because all of them were human before they became Cenobites. And when their power is gone, so they're impaled, but because he stripped the power from them, that's flesh that's damaged, and then they're dying. That's how I interpret it, and I think it's really cool to show them being humans. I mean, I think like it's day and night with Elliot and Pinhead, but I think the most powerful one that people don't talk about is the Chatterer
He's a
being a
kid.
kid.
He's a kid.
Yeah,
I was shocked when I first saw that. He's literally just a child.
yeah. Um, so I think that was the first instance where the Leviathan's like, this isn't benefiting me. I'm giving this guy all this power, and he's doing things I disagree with.
Okay.
And so they go back to the big painting shot. They're on the bridge, and Tiffany's there with the configuration, and Julia shows up and seduces the doctor, kissing him while Tiffany grabs the box and solves the last part of it, uh, defeating or sending taking the Cenobite energy from the doctor. But I think because the Leviathan saw that he was defeated by a child, not only did you just kill all there's nobody left to worship me. You just killed everybody. You're the only one now. And then now you're going to be defeated by a kid? No.
Pathetic.
Pathetic. That's why I think that it was such a powerful way of illustrating the disappointment in the Leviathan by just ripping his head off.
Yeah.
Leviathan could have done it at any moment, just killed him. But the moment where he's like, you're going to be fooled because so spoiler, that's not Julia. That's Cursity in Julia's skin.
That's the best. So there's multiple twists in this movie,
Yeah.
and that's the only one I don't think anyone could have actually predicted.
No.
'Cause
I thought it was I straight up thought it was Julia, and I was like, they lost. Because it's like from this style of movie, why I think it was okay to have a sequel is because Cursity didn't really win.
No,
Because the
no one won.
Cenobites still want her.
Huh.
You know? And if she still has the box, the Cenobites know where she is because they're in the box.
The doctor put the box there, not Chenard, but like in the hospital.
Hmm.
They let her keep the lament configuration so it'll jog her memory about what happened.
Right.
She's like,
Yeah.
fuck.
and with the twist and the Leviathan finding out that he's not worthy, kills the doctor. Tiffany is able to start speaking. She started speaking a little bit before. Now she's like quote unquote cured. She's able to talk. She's able to have emotions now, and it's a really good cap at the end of the movie. And they escape hell, and the final shot is the pillar coming out of Julia's mattress, and it has Pinhead, it has the Vagrant, it has the Doctor, it has all the Cenobites on it as it's spinning, and then credits.
It's a weird movie.
I fucking love this movie.
You'll definitely like the more artsier films, and I really respect and appreciate that attitude because most people look at this movie as it's divisive, but not in a oh this movie's really bad or oh no this movie's the best. It's divisive because a lot of people don't really know how to feel about it.
And I know exactly how to feel about it. It is the best Hellraiser movie. Hellraiser 1 is the third best. The second, Hellbound, is the number one best.
How rare is that to say that the first movie in the franchise is not its best?
Very rare. Very rare.
It says a lot because it's still really good.
Yeah, the first one is really good. Um,
This Hellbound does what every great sequel should do: it ups the ante and explores.
Empire Strikes Back. Attack of the
You
Clones.
know, yeah, that's the best way to say it. Hellbound really is. When you think about it, it really is the Empire Strikes Back of Hellraiser. You word it like that, yes.
Yeah. Any final notes on Hellbound Heart? I know you're the theme guy. I just padded time out with the plot of the movie.
I was padding time out by talking about the themes.
I did.
No, I love that version of hell that's presented. I like the characterization of the Leviathan, how he feels like a character without ever speaking, just through how he uses Chunard and then betrays Chunard at the very end when he realizes who he is and what he's done.
At least that's how I interpret it.
It's how I interpreted it too, and that's one of because people don't see it the same way.
Right.
Like a lot of people watch this movie, and because it's so weird, they kind of tune off and they don't really think about it. But this is a I hate to say it like this, but it's true. Hellraiser's a thinking man's movie.
You gotta have a high IQ level, just like Rick and Morty.
To understand Hellraiser 2, Hellbound. And so yeah, it's esoteric, it's abstract, it's really weird, and it's messy in the most beautiful and terrifying of ways. So
That's how an artsy film should be.
yeah, but because it's the weirdness of it that makes you think about it, because it's not straightforward, and because it's not straightforward, you're like, oh, I actually have to pay attention to what I'm watching, which makes you more invested in it, or you just tune out and don't pay attention, and that will lower what you think of the film because it's an assault on you.
Apparently, I'm fucking crazy thinking Hellbound Heart is the best Hellraiser movie. I left a comment on the remake IMDb, but we'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll let the audience know my
But
controversial opinion about the remake. But I don't know. For me, this is the best Hellraiser movie, and it explores the idea what the first one established more. The characters are more in depth. The practical effect work is better, and I think overall it's just a better film.
Tiffany reminded me of the blonde chick from Welcome to Prime Time, bitch, from Dream Warriors.
A little bit.
That's what I thought it was. In a mental asylum, there's some weird blonde chick. I really thought it was the girl from Dream Warriors. But they get to a movie that is far more straightforward, and I think this is why they went this route. When you get the Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth, yeah, it's a phenomenal film, and we're gonna do a plot synopsis. But you can tell they saw the route that the first two movies took, and thought this is a bit more difficult for audiences to grasp because when you watch a movie that makes you think, it forces you to think about what you're watching. Some people are their intelligence is like insulted. Like, how dare you make me think? That's not what I'm here to do. I want to see people die. I want to see like there's two completely separate branches of horror fans. You get the elevated horror, which I would consider Hellraiser to be elevated horror, where you think about the themes and that's the focus of why you're watching it to learn more about yourself and get introspective. But then you get the horror fans that just like blood and guts and gore. And
I'm both.
you're both, which is phenomenal. Yeah, that's a great way to
I'm a
be.
gore hound.
Yeah, you love your gore, and it was just perfect for Hellraiser because you get both. You get both worlds. You get the gore with the elevated, uh, sophisticated horror that's present. And with Hellraiser 3, they decided to drop one of those, and that's the sophisticated, elevated horror element, and go straight for, hey, let's make Pinhead a slasher.
Hmm.
Let's do a plot synopsis.
So the pillar shows up. We get a different vagrant, played by a different actor, but the pillar is now a statue. And I could be wrong, but I think it's the guy from Outsiders that is
It looks
played
just
by
like him.
JP.
Looks just like him.
JP is the name, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So JP buys the sculpture from
it's an art gallery.
art gallery, right?
Yeah.
And we are introduced to Joey as well. And Joey, I enjoy more than Kirsty.
Because she's got more life to her, and also she's a reporter, so she's got Gale Weather vibes. She's
Gail
just,
is so. Oh my god, I love Gail.
but she's
I did.
she's chasing this next big story. That's all she
Yes.
cares about. That's what
Yes.
she's motivated by.
I can get behind that. You
Yeah, it's
know?
like yeah, you just looking for that big break,
Right.
the breaking news
And
story.
she's also like caring. She's a caring character. She
Mhm.
sees this drugged out child. She's, I don't know. She seems like she's still a teenager, you know. And what is that? Discord? Who's talking to me? Some advertisement. Um, she takes in this drug kid who's got now has so many different mental disorders going on because she can't process what she saw when this kid was torn apart, just like how Frank was. And it was allegedly her boyfriend. But then when the reporter asked her, "Can you talk? Can you do an interview? Can we talk about this?" She's like, "No," and then just leaves. So it it brings up Joey going to JP's club and trying to find her, and
The
she
boiler room.
yeah the boiler room. JP tries, or excuse me, Joey inevitably talks to JP asking about the girl, and the girl is there watching. You know, I think that's a really good um, dynamic. Like, because it shows that she still has interest in her. She wants to talk to her, you know? And I think, I don't know. I can't really put in words why I really enjoy that table scene with JP. And it's funny because when she's given the rose, we're not really understanding of what that means until later in the movie. And she denies the rose. And she runs off, and then eventually, the girl. Do we know her name?
I don't remember it. It's almost like with the boyfriend. It's kind of
Yeah,
it's inconsequential to the plot.
I mean, she is the weakest Cenobite like ever.
Yeah,
But she goes and finds her because she leaves this. Joey leaves her card around, and she inevitably gets in contact. She gets a call from her, and she comes over and talks about her experience. But it takes a while to break her down because I don't know, something about her is like she's reserved. She doesn't have a lot of friends, but now that she sees an opening, she's like, I really, really want to try to be her friend. You know, just it's like a switch that went off in this character's mind. And eventually, slowly, you get more information about what happened. There's a statue. There's these things going on in the club that aren't good. You know, and the coolest thing about Joey, she let this like druggie stay at her house to try to get her life back on track. You know, it's really really wholesome. Like, and
I
it's
mean, in a real life setting, I don't know if that's a good idea. So
Mhm.
all the folks at home, maybe not let some drugged out person just stay at your house and
you know,
squat.
no matter how much trauma they went through.
Yeah, actually, if anything, the more trauma they went through, probably a telltale sign to not let them in your house.
Right. But it's this really sweet moment where she's like, well, like after the second day, well, I gave you all the information. Um, I'll get out of your hair, you know. And Joey's like, I have a spare room. You can stay here,
It is
you know.
sweet. It is really sweet.
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, we're dealing with somebody with trauma and mental illness. I I can assume because the delusions that would cause from seeing demon activity, you know.
Shatters your entire worldview.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and say that there's some mental illness with this too, because delusions, believing that she might be schizophrenic because she's seeing things and stuff. But when there's a call about how she gets a call, she answers or she reads a message left on her home phone saying that yeah she's gonna be moving soon, Joey. She completely just fucking wrecks the place and leaves, which I don't get. I really don't get because that would be something like I wouldn't feel like that was a portrayal of my trust in this person because she's letting me stay here. You know, it's just like I'm on borrowed time already. I'm not paying rent. I don't have a job and I can't even cook for her. Which is funny that that's a point, but that's something that's clearly brought up for a reason, you know,
She's
whether she
she's
can't cook.
she's useless.
Yeah,
She adds absolutely nothing.
and
This is an act of charity and goodwill on Joey's part.
yeah, and then if like I would interpret like, well, shit, now I'm on borrowed time, you know, that this location that I can stay at is not forever, so I need to talk to Joey, see what I can do. Like either she can help me find a new place, get me a new job, or she's gonna be able to let me move in with her wherever she goes, you know, not wreck her apartment.
She's a mentally ill drug. What do you expect? Are you shocked?
But more importantly, going back to JP and his statue, he. Do you remember what cut his hand?
Not really,
I don't remember
because
what.
it happened like really quick.
Yeah, something cut his hand, and he got blood on the statue.
It's a piece of glass.
It was something. He reached his hand into the statue, and I think he cut himself bringing it
There
out.
was like a bunch of nails on it too.
Yeah.
Well, that was the second one. This is a statue. I don't know what the hell he cut his hand on.
Anyway, he cuts his hand, and it bleeds on the statue, and our boy is right there talking to him, or he sees that it's soaking up blood. No, he does. Pinhead does talk to him.
Yeah,
He talks to him and is like, "You need to bring me more blood. You'll be powerful. You'll be this great, powerful person."
I wouldn't trust that personally.
Fuck no.
I like Robert Johnson able to make deals with the devil, but this is not a deal I'd be willing to make.
Oh, Cinnabite. I think Cinnabites are worse than the biblical devil. I think that because with the devil, his job, according to what I have interpreted from what I've read from the Bible and talking to people that follow Christianity. He's not there to make any deals. He's not there to talk to you. He's not there to negotiate. He's not there to give you anything other than the same punishment God gave him.
Yes, yeah,
There's no talking. There's
well,
no negotiation.
yeah. There's no real deal making, even though that's very popular in folklore
Yeah.
and storytelling. But with the biblical devil, his whole deal is he's jealous of God's creation. The fact that God was able to create something and that he was relegated to pretty much the right hand man. It wasn't allowed as much power and control.
But
And
at the same time, I'm like, can you really be mad? You're literally the second man to God, the creator of everything, in exercising this idea. You're literally the second in charge. But then again, if he has no idea what kind of entity Pinhead is, and he's promising all this power, and they're both like they're leveling with each other because they're both evil, and they're why I really like that. I will explore more in Judgment,
Mm.
but he makes a deal with them. He's just like, "Yeah, I'll bring you more bodies. You can be more powerful and everything, and you can be freed, from the statue." And the rose comes back up because at the boiler room, he gives this girl a rose, and he brings her back to his place, has sex with her, and then kills her, or essentially gets her killed by bringing her towards the statue. And chains come out and drag her into the statue, and it feeds Pinhead. Why it's interesting is because when it's the druggie's turn to go, because that same night when she flipped the fuck out and destroyed her apartment, she got a call from JP telling her, "Come on, I'm changed. You can come, you can hang out, this and that. Just come on, baby, come over." Just a booty call essentially, trying to get her to come back to the boiler room, but she doesn't go initially. And then when she hears the message about how she's going to be moving soon, she flips the fuck out, destroys the apartment, and goes to her toxic ex boyfriend, which on so many levels just don't make any kind of sense. But then again, I'm not a hard drug addict with a lot of mental illness and schizophrenia.
Having known someone who is, I can tell you they make a lot of irrational decisions that you don't understand because guess what? They don't understand either. They don't know what they're doing.
Right. So Julia, we're done with Julia.
She done.
Excuse me.
I know I miss her. I do. I'm gonna be honest. I do miss Chili and Frank, but we're done with them.
Um, the druggie shows up. She's trying to seduce him, and then he's like, "Come give me a hug," and he's standing by the statue. And initially, she was supposed to be the one taken, but then Pinhead takes JP and convinces or not Julia, the druggie, to work for her. And after JP is taken by the statue, Pinhead is free and turns her into a Cenobite, and then just starts
This
slaughtering people.
this is the money shot. This is the scene that everyone talks about.
And a plot that we have not talked about yet, which I think is one of the coolest things about this movie, is why Pinhead went on this, like, no chains are off, the weighted vest like Goku is off. He's out here to just cause as much pain and suffering and pleasure through the pain. It's because the man is separated from the monster.
Elliot's not in him anymore.
No, Elliot has been since the second movie. He's been separated from Pinhead. So you have Elliot the soldier, and you have Pinhead the monster, the Cenobite, and Joey um, started getting messages from Elliot to try to free him, try to free or get them back together so that he can control the monster. Anything
I
like that.
love that plot line.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like an Incredible Hulk type thing where it's like he understands that they need each other in order to be balanced. It's kind of
So he slaughters everybody. He slaughters everybody in the boiler room, and these are the weakest Cenobites. And
fucking CDs,
dude,
dude.
you and your guy, I don't know, I don't remember his name, but he's like, "Oh my god, these are the most innovative Cenobites yet," and it's like, no,
Well,
no,
they
man.
don't make sense. Like, because they got the CDs. Remember that regular show episode where they had like Betamax tapes and cassettes and VHS? Like they were like personified as these characters.
Yeah,
That's kind of what the CD guy reminds me of. He's like a regular show character. Like he's so out of place. They're also out of place, and they because like the design behind the Cenobites is important because they're
Yeah.
designed for a particular reason. So like Pinhead with the nails, there's a reason. Everything has a reason. Or with Chenard in the Leviathan connecting to his skull, feeding his brain knowledge. Tell me what this person gets out of CDs.
He was a DJ.
So
That's their reasoning.
it's not good enough.
Just like her, uh, another character we forgot to talk about.
It's laziness.
Her camera guy goes there, gets there before she does, and he's killed and is turned into a Cenobite with a camera in his head. The bartender is the one that I have a problem with. The CDs I can get because he's the DJ. Camera guy, camera head, because he was a cameraman. The bartender's so lame, so lame. And yes, they give him the power to breathe fire, big whoop. But I think that's out of the new Cenobites. The bartender is even better than the drug. The druggies thing is that she's just burning people with cigarettes. She's got a cigarette in her mouth, in her neck, and she takes it out and burns Joey, like teasing her with the cigarette, and it's just so lame. I don't think it takes too much away from the film, considering what we're after Bloodline, what's going about to happen to the series. I still think Hell on Earth is a competent film. I think that
Oh,
the
it's
characters
really
are
good.
really good. The Cinemites might suck, but Pinhead is still on point.
Oh, when he's in the church and he's like, "I am the way."
He turns his head like, I'm fucking with you. I am the way.
He's having fun.
Yeah,
He's just completely let loose because, like the other Pinhead with Elliot attached, there's that glimmer of humanity. A guy who follows rules because he's a soldier.
hmm
At the end of the day, Elliot's a soldier, so he follows protocol. He follows the rules. But when you take that aspect from him out of it,
I think we missed a point in Hellbound Heart that I think really important to address in this one. The way that Cursity gets Pinhead to fight the Doctor is because she fleshes out his humanity because he shows him a picture
yeah, we
of
even talked about that.
Elliot when he was in the World War I, and it gives him he kind of like just like an android when it experiences an error, like he's remembering being human, and when everybody else is like, "What are you talking about?" He's like shakes and everything when he's holding the picture and looking at it.
It's fear.
Yes,
He's scared of his own humanity
right.
to remember it.
So yeah, he's a World War I soldier. His name's Elliot, and we keep forgetting really good shots. The movie opens with him playing with the configuration and the psychology of him. He wants to deal with the trauma of being in World War I, and now that it's over, he lived. He's dealing with all this trauma, and he's pursuing knowledge of torture, war, violence, and I
A
think
means to
that's
cope with it
yeah,
by experiencing more trauma than the ones he already experienced, to the point he becomes numb to the one he did experience.
right. And I think that's what led him to open the lament configuration is the need to understand trauma, to understand why he still lives with it, and what is there more to offer him. You know, like if this is the extreme level of trauma, maybe if I conquer it, uh, I'll be good. Like I don't have to live with these flashbacks. I don't have to live with this PTSD. But inevitably, the pursuit of more than you should understand is the curse that you have to live with. And it's just such a good scene, like opening it up, because when you see the first and second one, you get a glimpse of who he was. By the end, Bennett too, you get a glimpse of who he was before, excuse me, being the monster, being the Cenobite. But bringing Doug in without makeup, in old school World War I attire and everything, it fleshes out the character more than most actual horror icons. And I think that's why I really enjoy Hell on Earth more than Bloodline, because I think Bloodline does more in terms of lore for the box
It's
than the
all about the
actual
box.
actual Cenobites, the individual characters, and it's a good. Bloodline is a phenomenal movie. It's the icing on the cake of this trilogy. But why I think Hell on Earth is better is because it fleshes out Pinhead not just as a horror icon, but as a character.
Yeah, because up to this point, Pinhead, he's already, but even with the first movie, he's the poster child for the series. But he was not written to be that way.
Yeah,
He's got a presence, and of course he's played by Doug Bradley, so he really stands out among the crowd of Cenobites that he's with. But by the third movie, they realized they had an icon here, and they want him to take center stage, and it's great that we have that. And so I see a lot of people say that, yeah, this is when he turns into a straight up slasher, and that somehow devalues or takes away from the character of Pinhead. But I can't agree with that because it's all part of the story.
yeah,
It makes sense
yes.
in the context of it.
If there was no humanity to him to follow orders about we are sharing this pleasure of pain because we think that it's a good thing, rather than in Hell on Earth, he's killing people because he enjoys inflicting pain on others,
Which is the
not for the
first.
not for the fact of sharing the pain as pleasure. He's causing pain because he enjoys causing pain because it's the monster inside of Elliot. I think that when somebody becomes a Cenobite, it explores the evil inside of them, whether it's with the Doctor is going to any length of understanding science, the exploring, pushing the envelope of morality to discover new things about the brain, about knowledge, being able to willing to put a patient to in a situation where they kill themselves for the pursuit of knowledge. I think that is exercised in his Cenobite form is because he's cracking jokes about being the doctor and he's going to cure his patients. With Elliot, I think his pleasure is that he got pleasure from being a soldier, being a killing machine. But being human, he understood that that's not good. This is the time and place. We are at war. We are trying to hold together society and not let it fall to evil. So if I'm having pleasure from killing, at least I'm killing quote unquote the right people. But Elliot's Cenobite form is exercising his love for blood, love for gore, love for killing.
The part of himself he tried to repress.
Yes, because he killed people because he knew it was for the greater good. But there was a part of him that enjoyed it, and that's what he feared. And I think that when he opened the box, he was trying to find answers on how to suppress it.
Mm.
Instead, he got the exact opposite. He was like curious because he wanted more knowledge on why he enjoys killing people, and inevitably the monster took him. But because he was a soldier and there's still humanity inside the Cenobites, I feel like he became the leader because he was a general.
Yeah, he was very high ranking.
Yeah, he was a general, and there need to be structure. Structure. We aren't killing these people because we enjoy killing. We are showing people the pleasures of their own desires, the extremes of their desires, and see. To be careful what you wish for.
It's a good, great cautionary tale of
Yeah,
selfishness.
yeah. But we could just keep going about the
Because
psychology of
it's
Elliot.
so deep.
Yeah, but I really think when so when Joey is being chased by these new Cenobites, they inevitably pin her into this spot where they're circling her, and she's fucking ashing her cigarette on her. She inevitably just opens the box, and she get all the Cenobites get sucked in, even Pinhead. She gets sucked into it when she's visualizing the same set where Elliot was in at the very beginning of this movie, and there's a confrontation between Elliot and the Hell Priest,
Oh, so good.
and they mix together. and it does make sense because yes, the man is now with the monster, but because they're together again, he's the same Pinhead from the first and second movie. She opened the box. She needs to have her punishment for opening the quote reward. Excuse me, her
That's how
reward.
they see it.
Yeah, reward for opening the box. So that's why the Hell Priest tries to attack her, but inevitably she does the box and sends her away, and she comes into the Earth again, comes to Earth again, rather than being in Hell. And I was looking forward to this song since I started this. I was just like, which one is it gonna be? Which one is it gonna be? Hellraiser.
Hellraiser.
Uh,
Ah,
it was a song written by Lemmy that Ozzy put on his one of his solo albums. Said I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot, but I think Coming Home, Tears, what is it called? Oh,
it's
anyway,
escaping me too. I
yeah,
know everyone knows what he's talking.
it's the like the brown album with Ozzy's hair in his face. Mama, I'm coming home.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they Lemmy was able to use it for his band Motorhead, obviously. And for those at home, a little slug plug. A couple years ago, they put out an anniversary of it where it's a duet between Ozzy and Lemmy. Right, because it was so easy to do because you just splice Ozzy's part for one verse and then you put Lemmy's the next verse let it be Lemmy. I don't know why they didn't do this when Lemmy wrote the song.
it'd been more timely to do so.
Yeah, Lemmy wrote a lot of songs for Ozzy, but that we're not talking about music right now. I just wanted to make the point that
It's a great title track.
yeah, even though it has nothing to do with Hellraiser.
No, it's just a name alone,
Yeah,
but it's got such a good title track. Like
it
when I
is.
think of Hell on Earth, there's only two things I think about. I think of the boiler room scene, which I want to touch on a little bit more, and the Hellraiser title track song.
Hmm.
So good. But I just want to say this real quick before we continue. In the boiler room nightclub, everyone who dies there, if you like tally it up, more people, Pinhead kills more people in this single room in this single scene than almost every other slasher in their entire franchises.
He's got a hell of a body count.
In this one movie, not just in the movie, in that one room, he kills more people in like a minute than all of Jason, Michael, and Freddy, respectively.
I will say, talking about that scene, they fixed my issue with the blood in Hellbound Heart because there's a particular way to get the right color, the right texture, and everything to make blood look real. And the blood in Hellbound Heart for a lot of the scenes is too pale. And I don't know. I mean, this is just me nitpick. I still think it's the best Hellraiser movie, but I think there's only one complaint I have about the movie is that the blood could be better. But the blood in the boiler room is so good. The thickness, the amount of it, and how quickly it comes out of the room is pretty realistic. If you're slaughtering 30 and 40 people at a time, it's gonna gush out from under the door exactly like that.
Yeah,
But yeah, Hell on Earth for me, I think is the fourth best. Fourth best, and moving forward out of Bloodline, it's not going to be as um, sequences like for the most part, for like most horror movies, like you say, the first one is the best, followed by the second, the third, the fourth, and then when you get into the later entries, you can mix and match.
Mm.
Um, it started off a little rocky, saying that the first one is the third best Hellraiser movie, and saying the second
I
one
think you
is
explained yourself well enough.
yeah, but it definitely after this it doesn't have that kind of sequence of like the next one is the best, the next one is the best, the next one is the best. After Bloodline, it definitely there are ones where I think the order that the movies came out does not represent the quality.
Not at all. So speaking of Bloodline, we go on Hell on Earth.
Yeah, we talked about Hellraiser.
That's the most important part of the movie.
Oh yeah,
So Bloodline is, I, I,
icing on the
I
cake.
want to call it an anthology film. You see
It
that's
is.
fair?
It
Yeah, yeah.
is.
It's an
It is.
anthology film where it's, as the name implies, it's following the lineage of the toy maker, the guy who originally made the Limit configuration. And by the way, the poster for the movie is my favorite. Oh,
It's really
I
good.
don't think we've talked about marketing or promotional materials, but
The
the
first
poster.
three movies are the same exact shot of Pinhead holding the box. It's just with different background and different lighting.
Well, maybe that's why this one stands out so much because I love the dark blue that they gave Pinhead. It's surrounded by black, but there's
Hmm.
a rim of red around it. It's just very eye catching. It's good art, but
I
yeah,
like the sci-fi. Pinhead went to space.
it worked.
It did.
It's insane. So this movie chronologically is both a prequel and a sequel
Hmm.
to the entire franchise. So it takes place before the first movie and takes place, was it in the year 3000? So it's like
Like 2, 1, 4, 5 or something.
it's over 1,000 years in the future or a few hundred years in the future. It's like insanely far away. We're all gonna be dead. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna get there. So
We won't
it's
see Pinhead in space. This is the
mm,
best we're gonna get.
mm. So I mean it's Event Horizon.
Like literally,
It's
like
Event Horizon.
opening the box with a robot, you know? That also like opens the question for me: is this like does that count?
That I had an issue with that because I'm thinking, well, is it the operator of the machine? Is it their intent that matters? Because
Because at the same time, Tiffany had no intention to. She had no
right,
desires.
she's pure, she's innocent. She didn't have that desire, and that's what they're looking for.
The robot was pure because there's no emotion behind it. It's just
Yeah.
following an order. You know, kind of like Tiffany. So I don't know. But there's no sentience. That's why I questioned it. Is there no sentience behind the robot?
It is far in the future, though.
Yeah.
Maybe AI is so advanced that they have
I don't know. That
emotions.
I love that 90s sci-fi that it's like kind of like 80s sci-fi where it's like it's the same technology except
Yeah, that's why I love watching Alien because
yeah,
it's other than the fact that everyone's a bunch of chain smokers, but the fact that it's literally just their own. They're still using dial-up computers like 1,000 years into the future.
and they're using a straight just like literally the flashlights we used for the for the promo and they're
Ah,
supposed to be space marines.
I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, so chronologically, the movie starts in the 1700s, the making of the box. And the whole point of the film is working its way up into the destruction of it because the lineage, there's a plan to finally destroy the cube once and for all.
Would you like to talk about the plot this time?
Not really. When we get to like the only ones I want to talk about are maybe Hellworld and
I think you should talk about Hellworld
because like
because
I gotta be real, the plot of four isn't execution. I would say the plot of movie four for four, the plot is more important. Uh, or should I say the execution of the plot is more important than the plot itself. So like for this movie, it's about for me the set pieces of 1700s, then what was it, modern day, like 1990s.
1998,
Was it 98?
98, 97, something like that.
Yeah, it was a weird choice because the movie came out. Yeah, 97, 98. So that was modern time for them, and then it jumps to the future.
Straight just to the future.
Yeah, I'm thinking could have dabbled
There could
in.
have been one more.
Well, it's like I want to see what they would have done if they dabbled with what they like people in the late '90s would have thought like the 2010s would have looked like.
Even 20s.
It's just 2020s, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
What
because
today would be.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's honestly more interesting to me. Almost like what Back to the Future did when they went to 2015,
It
and
wasn't much.
it
They
was
were a lot wrong.
everything was wrong. Literally, because it still felt like the '80s.
Right.
Even when they jumped to 2015. So this was funny when movies go to the future. they jump straight to Alien, like
Hmm.
the Alien aesthetic. They just go straight to that.
Sterile.
Just very clinical, sterile. Just there's no. It's just a machine.
I
Everything's
love
just.
it.
I
I
hate it,
love it.
man.
I love it.
I need more life. And this is I hate these sterile environments. They go straight to the Alien.
That's why I love Camino. I love Camino.
It's so boring to me. It's so boring. I like Ray Park. I can get behind that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, like when we, this is like a few points I want to touch on in each movie. But as far as like a plot by plot synopsis, do you really think Bloodlines is interesting enough to warrant that?
I think it's important to mention that his uh his descendants always lose,
Yeah.
even with his descendant in Debtor. His descendant loses. Did you pick up on that?
I mean, yeah, but like when we
Okay.
get to the very end, and it's this full circle, full completion. So like, even though as you're watching the movies, you see the descendants lose
Hmm.
to finally get that victory. It's like no matter how bleak or hopeless the entire series is, you know it has a happy ending,
Right.
and
That's rare.
and it's not like a critique because I love more wholesome horror. Like I love no matter how bad or how bloody and disturbing it gets, I do like riding out to the sunset with a smile and being like, we won. It was all the pain, all the suffering in the end was worth it for this victory at the very end. And so to have that in Bloodline, surprisingly for me, kind of almost doesn't work
It works
because
for me.
it's too happy. That's not what
Yeah, they
Hellraiser is, man. It's not
yeah,
a
they
nitpick.
pretty cool to turn the space station into a configuration
It's fucking
box.
awesome.
Yeah. Um, I guess I'll carry the episode then. Um, all in all, Bloodline, I still think it's better than all the sequels afterwards, except for one. Um, but yeah, it's just an anthology series following the creation of the box, um, the toy maker losing, and then the lament configuration getting back in the hands of the Cenobites, but then getting out of the hands of the Cenobites, and then going back into the hands of the toy maker's descendants, and then he calls the box, and they show up, and then he dies twice, and then it goes to the future, which uh he actually tricks the Cenobites with a hologram, which makes a lot of sense because I don't think that they're spending all their time in hell. They only show up into rooms where, like, okay, that's the person. We're killing that person and bringing him to hell. They're not going to understand our technology, you know?
Right.
Kind of like in the same idea when we were talking about the Daft Punk um, um, review, the movie review, that the aliens would take a second to understand how to drive our cars in a way. Like I think they're intelligent enough, but like they're also human, but not from that time. They're from like fucking hell. Pinhead was from World War I. I he's probably so obsessed with just killing the toy maker that he doesn't even realize he's in space. Because the
No.
concept of being in space would be so far from him because he's already suppressing his human instinct, you know? So he wouldn't take time to understand where he is, the time
Well,
frame, and everything.
I don't think it matters.
Exactly, that's what I'm
Yeah, it's
getting at.
like time and space or just whatever.
They're whatever to these people, so they wouldn't understand the complexity of the technology. So I think it's fair that he would be tricked by a hologram of the toy maker and get stuck in the space station that turned into a configuration
Well, it was
box.
just something that there's no way they could have. That just didn't occur to them that that's something that is a possibility.
Right, because they don't know our technology. Is more so like we're on the same page. It's just more fleshing out the idea that I'm trying to spit out for the audience. Um, but yeah, Bloodline, it's worth watching. It's definitely worth watching. It's a fun movie. The plot is not very thick because it tells the same story twice. and then at the end he wins, big whoop. But the practical effects are really good. I enjoy the acting, the set pieces, the locations. Um, I do think the the second toy maker is a bit scummy. But other than that, I think for me it's the fifth best movie. I really enjoyed it. I had a really good time with these first four.
Any final thoughts?
Go see it.
So we get to the fifth entry in this series, Inferno, which conceptually was not a Hellraiser movie at all.
No.
It was a script that some studio exec probably dusted off in a warehouse. It's like, we need to keep the rights to this series. We need to keep making these.
Right.
So they pulled out the script, and it's some seedy detective story, and decided to just write Pinhead into a few pages, give it some elements of Hellraiser, but this movie, on its own merit, has no right to call itself a Hellraiser
It feels
movie.
like a Silent Hill movie.
It essentially is, and I remember this is the first one I watched from beginning to end when I was a kid. This is the first Hellraiser movie, so there's a bit of me where I'm wearing rose tinted glasses. I'm more nostalgic for it than the next guy, but it's really not a Hellraiser movie. So the protagonist is a dick. He's like the
Yeah,
worst protagonist.
you can't. So he cheats on his wife. He does coke. He frames his partner. It's hard to cheer for him. And in some points, you're just not cheering for him. You kind of the enjoyment from the movie is
Watching what
the
happens to him.
watching what happens to him. The twist that he's already in hell. You know, and I will say the only effects that I didn't like was the frozen scene with the daughter and the mother and the wife.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I really enjoyed the partner's character. The idea that using the term engineer for something that isn't that creature is really interesting. Kind of turning the engineer in the same kind of character as the vagrant.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah,
It's like there that again. It's like someone had a basic knowledge of Hellraiser terms, like these buzzwords, like engineer or Leviathan, and like they understand, even though Leviathan doesn't show up like again until the remake,
yeah.
but like you take these buzzwords and they're like, ah shit, we gotta make a Hellraiser movie. What do you know about Hellraiser? "Ah, I think there's a character called the Engineer. Yeah, that's good. Write him in.
I
That's
think
what it feels like.
even without rose-tinted glasses, I think this one works
Oh, it's not bad.
as a Hellraiser movie. But if you go into it not knowing that it's a different script, it was originally a different script. Um, sorry, I just remembered the script issue with Judgment. It wasn't reshots. It was originally a Hellraiser movie. Then they turned the script into something else, and then they had to last minute change it back to Hellraiser.
Mhm.
But Inferno is not bad. It's not a bad film, and in this moment, I realized that I like Hellseeker more.
Did you
Just
previously
now,
think?
yeah, I originally put Inferno higher than Hellraiser or Hellseeker. Um, also now that I'm thinking about it, there's going to be another change, but Inferno has just gone down two pegs.
What for?
It's the same. Not only is it the same plot as Hellseeker, but I also think that Hellseeker is a better movie because it doesn't just have Hellraiser shoved into the script. It feels like not only did they were like, okay, we need to make the script Hellraiser, but it feels more like a Hellraiser movie.
Hellseeker doesn't have any favors done for it
No,
when it's placed right next to Inferno. And
yeah,
they're
and
so similar.
it only comes off that way if you're binge watching
Right. That's what I was trying to say earlier is a lot of these movies come out years apart. So it's more forgivable when so many years are in between each entry. But this one, if you're binge watching it, it's almost identical to Inferno, but better. But with Inferno, it. I should say with Hellseeker, the protagonist is far more likable.
In a way,
It's like
because you're not right out of the gates like this guy sucks.
yeah, like he's not like the other guy's not fun. I know with horror we like to want characters to die. It's kind of like the enjoyment in a
Hmm.
slasher movie or in a horror movie is watching bad people get their comeuppance and pay for their consequences or get consequences to their actions. So yeah, that's the enjoyment from this movie. But since he's the main character, there's no one to root for. There's nobody. So the whole movie, I'm like, is something gonna happen to make me root for him? It's almost like you're waiting for him to try and redeem himself, and it never happens, and he just gets scummier and scummier and scummier. Like at least the guy of Hellseeker, I can root for him. I'm like, man, my man, he's just getting himself some, you know?
Right,
He's just
right,
like I mean, he's not scummy in the same way that this guy is, because he's just having ladies throw themselves at him. What are you gonna do? You know,
right,
what are you supposed to do?
right.
This guy is just out of his way, just being a dick to everybody, everybody. And so at the very end, you're not shocked when it's revealed that he's in hell or his own personal hell. It's not shocking whatsoever. And that's probably the one moment in the movie where you're cheering
Right.
because he's finally getting what's his. Um,
So Inferno was originally my sixth favorite. And it's dropped down to eighth.
wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Um, it's my eighth favorite Hellraiser movie, and at that point, it's redundant to say favorite. My eighth favorite one.
So you love all the movies, so I think it works.
Hell, I don't think. I think the only one I don't like is Hellworld. But I guess since it's the same plot, we'll so the guy's already in hell and he's reliving his effects as Hellseeker. Uh, Cursity is his wife, and from the moment it starts, we think that she drowned, but they can't find his body. So it slowly unravels that oh, this guy sucks. He uh he called the demons. He made Cursity open the box, and he makes a deal. She makes a deal with Pinhead that if I bring you five souls, uh, you'll let me go. And the fifth soul was her husband's, and that's only revealed until the very end. And I think because of that, I think that it does the movie better because not only was it a different script and they put Hellraiser on the title, but they actually tried to make it a Hellraiser movie. That's why I would say, for me, Hellseeker is my seventh, or yeah, seventh.
That's perfect because it's the seventh movie.
Right. So
Six. Deader is seventh. My bad. Then
yeah,
Hellworld's eighth.
yeah,
It's almost.
almost.
At one point, I know we're on Hellseeker. I've neglected to mention this, and it's just something to talk about with Inferno. Was it's Inferno is the only movie that actually made me squirm for one particular reason, and you feel different about it. But when the Cenobite chicks have their hands going through his body, like through his skin, you can see their hands moving under his skin, rubbing him. It made me so uncomfortable. It's the only scene in the entire franchise that made me like wince.
I learned a lot about myself watching the
I
Hellraiser
bet you
movie.
will.
I, I
List your
did.
kinks down in the comments below.
Um, I had the opposite reaction to that scene. Um, I'm not gonna say any more. I'm not gonna say any less. It will come again in judgment. Will I make a comment that we have different feelings about particular scenes? But all in all, Hellseeker is so much better than in Inferno. Um, I don't think Inferno is terrible, like most people will say. After four, all the movies suck.
There's a drop in quality, but
Yes,
it's not so substantial that it ruins. It's not like, yeah, is it straight to DVD?
for a reason.
Yes, but at the same time, it's not as bad as a Full Moon Pictures movie.
I don't know. I enjoyed a lot more full moon pictures than some of these.
That is true.
I enjoyed. This is. I'm assuming this is a controversial opinion. I don't like Puppet Master, but I like it more than Hell World.
Wow.
Um. So yeah, Inferno 8 or no.
Well, Hellseeker, I'd want to talk because it just kind of blew over really quick. Yeah, Kirsty comes back,
Yeah.
and it's cool to see her. And a lot
Legacy character.
people will say that when you bring back a legacy character, you have to respect them because that's who you were following from the start, and you want to continue that on. And I've seen people say they shit on Kirsty in this movie, and I disagree.
I disagree as well.
I disagree. Kirsty is utilized very well in the movie, sparingly, just barely in it, but almost like some of these other movies, like with Frank and Two. Is he barely there? Yeah. Is he important to the plot? Yes. Hell
Hmm.
yes, he's important to the plot. Just like Kirsty is in Hellseeker. She has a purpose and she utilizes it, but a lot of people might get upset that she's just thrown into the movie seemingly just to have a legacy character, just have a name attached that people recognize. But no, I think she serves her purpose in the movie.
Yeah. Deader is better than Inferno.
Mm.
Deader is very interesting because it's the first one in a while for me personally that really truly feels like a Hellraiser movie in a weird way for me because the cult aspect of worshiping the idea of living past death, that death and life aren't so different from each other. It's just one has the lights on and one has doesn't have the light on. I think that's the way they worded it, and
Something like that.
yeah, and the depravity on the train was such a good scene.
It's the best scene in the movie.
It's really the most noteworthy.
Yeah.
Other than I don't get it. The price of cigarettes. Why just take two puffs and just throw the cigarette away?
Was it even two puffs? I
It was
think
just one
she
puff.
took one puff and threw it. And when I saw it, I had the same reaction as you. I'm thinking, that's because this happens in other movies.
Right.
People will like take a puff. I'm like, the price of cigarettes is way too damn high to just be casually throwing them off like
Yeah, no
that.
matter how cool it looks, it's a waste of money. I mean, the whole concept of smoking is a waste of time, but I digress. Um, I don't know. It's just a more fun movie. It's dark. In some instances, it's mean. And the idea that life and death are meaningless because they're one and the same.
Yeah, and with a lot of other horror franchises, again, it's very gimmicky. There's a particular formula they follow, and the only thing that changes is location. I give Hellraiser a pass because the formula is not always the same, and that's evident with movies like these three. Because yeah, Hellseeker and Inferno are very similar plot wise, but these three movies feel very different from anything that came before. So you can't call it gimmicky, and yeah, the location finally changes too.
Right.
Other
We
than
go
just
to Romania.
they go straight to Romania, and I think it's utilized pretty well. The location.
It's funny because these including Revelations and Judgment are the ones that we watched together on Saturday. Together, quote unquote. But we were working together and he was on one side and I was on the other. But we were watching the movies and these just feel so like tight together. Like the package
Mhm.
that they're so like they're separate from the first four. And then these five films. Five or six. Is it five or six? So Inferno. Oh, I forgot Hell World. Of course I did. Uh, yeah, Inferno, Hellseeker, Deader, um, Hell World, Revelations, and Judgment. We watched all of these in
It's a
one.
big jump from Hellworld to Revelations.
Jesus.
He has
But
nothing to do with this, I'll tell you that.
no. Inferno, Hellseeker, and Deader. Inferno and Hellseeker are I think are basically the same story, just told differently, and I think Hellseeker was told better. Deader for me was a better experience with like the schlock, the direct DVD that we were getting with Hellraiser. And I don't think they're bad films. I don't think. I think it's it's tough because these next two are the ones that I juggle for last place.
Right.
And I don't know. I don't know. Other people have different opinions about Hellworld. So I'm gonna toss it over to somebody who doesn't think it's a shit movie.
No, I think it's a shit movie. Let's get that perfectly clear. Let's
Full disclosure.
clean the room, right? It's not good. But I don't know. We give passes to movies. I don't know for what reason you don't give this movie a pass, but it probably comes down to my enjoyment of big mansion movies like Thin or Fewer. Or
I think it's the same mansion from two.
yeah, that's your theory,
Mhm.
and I've seen a few people say that, but it's still like not talked about enough. So the fact that you came to this conclusion on your own, I think is really neat, really cool. But I don't know. I like movies that take place in big ass mansions, and there's a quote unquote mystery at play. Who's the killer? What's really going on? It doesn't really work in a Hellraiser setting, but they try to. They try to add this almost murder mystery element to it that just falls flat on its face for me. So, did you ever see that movie in the early 2000s about the killer video game?
Killer Otto.
No, no, not Killer Auto. No. So there's a movie that came out in the early 2000s. I want to say it was like Rose Red or can't quite remember. It just came to me in the moment. But that's kind of what Hellworld reminds me of. So in this movie that I'm talking about, if you guys remember, I mean, I'll look it up afterwards. But if you guys remember, you know. So there's the movie where there's this cursed video game. There's like this lady in black that inhabits it and possesses the video game, and anyone who plays it is marked for death. And you
Kind of like The Ring.
it's the Ring because it came out not too long after the Ring. So it's the
Gotcha.
Ring, but as a video game. This lady comes and kills you, and that's the entire plot. This movie came out not too long after that movie did. So I don't know what it was about the early 2000s and shit. Just I guess because the turn of the millennia, you have all this new technology like computers, the internet, TVs,
Cell
cell
phones.
phones, and hell, even Stephen King wrote a story in the early 2000s about killer cell phones. So, like, it's just the fear of new technology, not understanding it, and just incorporating uh, malicious demonic entities for whatever reason. It was just like a trend back then. So, you have this video game that comes out in Hell World, and it's very meta because it's a Hellraiser video game, but it's not is it not really specified if this is a new continuity, like how in Wes Craven's New Nightmare, how you still have the Freddy movies completely independent of the movie you're watching?
Right.
Because the demon in that movie is simply mimicking what it sees in the Robert Englund movies.
Right.
And that's kind of what's going on here, but it's not really specified as are the Hellraiser movies. Is it a video game inspired by real events, like how in the Chucky movies, like Seed of Chucky, they're making a movie based off the events of Bride of Chucky, but you're watching the movie in a movie. It's I don't know, it's not really elaborated upon too much, but you have this host, this guy who,
It's from Pumpkinhead.
yeah, and he was originally supposed to play Frank in the original Hellraiser, but passed up the opportunity to play Near Dark instead, which some people might say was a better move. But not me. Uh, so yeah, the guy from Pumpkinhead, aka who should have played Frank, but not really. He he's hosting this big house party at his mansion, which is it's like the mansion from Two, like you
It's
said,
the Doctor's
with the
Mansion.
Chenard, and it's this big rave, and they're playing the most generic ass rock music, like
I think that's the best part of the movie.
the the generic ass
Yeah,
rock music.
that's the best thing that the movie has to
I,
offer.
I personally, my favorite part, other than Henry Cavill, which by the way, this is one of Henry Cavill's earliest acting roles.
He acts like an incel,
He is.
just like he's doing now.
Uh, I don't know, man. You think he's doing like a Dwayne The Rock Johnson thing where he just like takes over every property?
Yeah, I think he's definitely like. I'm not gonna believe the sexism stuff, till there's actual reports and stuff. But the fact that he just straight up said, "Yeah, I enjoy playing video games more than going outside," as like a what, a 40-something-year-old man who's making millions of dollars making movies, and he's like, "Yeah, I'd rather just play video games."
When he got the call to play Superman, he initially didn't take the call. Do you know why?
He's playing World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft. He literally didn't answer his agent calling him because he prioritized playing World of Warcraft over playing Superman.
Makes sense.
He's got more time and energy invested in World of Warcraft. He spent his own mom's money.
Yeah.
He used her debit card to play that game. You really think he's gonna just pick up a phone and to play Superman? What does Superman do for him? He's in the middle of a fucking raid, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Priorities.
He's an incel.
Priorities. But we're not talking about.
Travels incel in Hell World. I'm telling you right now, he's playing himself.
I'm not going to fight you on it. If that's the reality you want to live in, sure. Um, I don't personally know the guy. I just respect him because he also likes Warhammer 40K. So I'll bump him. I'll
He's
give
a
him a
fucking
pass.
nerd.
I'll give him a pass.
Taking the like somebody had to do it, but why him taking the Witcher series way too seriously to the point where he's arguing with the director, arguing with the writers, saying you don't know shit about the Witcher, motherfucker. I've played all of them, and you casted me as the lead role. You don't think I would have some kind of voice in the production of this
'Cause
fucking
I actually
series?
read the books.
Yeah,
Well, it's like Christopher Lee on Lord of the Rings. Is he would tell Peter Jackson's like, "That's not how someone gets stabbed in the back. Let me show you."
right.
Telling the director because like Christopher Lee is a badass and
He was in what
World
World
War
War
Two.
Two? Yeah,
Like he was like literally fought in wars. Like you're not directing death properly. Let me show you how someone dies. He then tell the director like you're not filming death correctly.
trust me, I've killed a man. Let me
He's,
show you.
yeah, I know. But like, yeah, he's like, dude, I read the books. I know. So
Don't.
that that's kind of an iffy topic on its own. The with Cavill, like, how much creative freedom does he have as an actor in someone's property? How much freedom does he have to give like opinions and advice to the people that he's working for?
Yeah, it's a little different from my position in your movie because I'm also the assistant director,
I've promoted you to about every title there is.
cinematographer, lead cinematographer, head makeup department, and I'm also an actor in your movie.
Yeah, because like
So it's
you're the few people I trust to do any of the stuff. Like there's stuff in the movie. I'm like, you're literally the only one who would do it.
right. I
You're my
gotta be.
Bruce Campbell.
Yeah.
You're the only guy who is capable enough to even want to do this.
Right.
So yeah, so Henry Cavill's in the movie, and it's
He's
it's,
an incel.
it's whatever. It's like because
He gets his dick sucked.
yeah, it's like whatever. Like Henry, like there's not a character that stands out.
No.
Even Henry Cavill, and one of the biggest actors today, is just like
Best
whatever.
best guy is guy from Pumpkinhead
Like of course,
because he's an actual
fucking actor. Yeah,
great horror actor. I
yeah.
mean, even Pinhead is a little stale.
Oh yeah. And so at this point, you can tell Doug is just reading scripts. Like, what's the line? There's probably like cue cards behind the camera. He's just like, what's the line? He's here to get a paycheck, and there comes a point. Actually, after this movie, he realizes, they're just gonna keep sending me shitty scripts.
Right.
Because at this point, he's a glorified cameo in his own movie. He shows up, he says a few badass lines, and he leaves. What's the point of spending hours and hours and hours on all this makeup and getting dressed just to shoot like a few scenes?
Yeah, his outfit got cheaper and cheaper as it went
This
on.
one looks bad.
It's not great.
Well, there's definitely worse. Actually, the next movie, it's definitely worse.
Mm-hmm.
But the the plot is really just like dreamy because
Just thin.
it's thin, but it's very just flimsy in how it's executed. So it goes from this house party. Oh my God, there's Cenobites here. The game is like the box, like the technology, almost like the kind of like with the spaceship, but it's like in the computer. The computer itself is like the configuration, like the technology itself. And all these people playing the games. Oh, they summon the Cenobites through the game. Uh, but No, it's actually the host. He's the killer, and it flip flops like 4 times, like what's actually happening.
Right.
And then at the end, the whole thing was a dream. None of it happened. It was the whole thing wasn't real.
But they were saved by a ghost.
The body. And then to have him actually show up,
At the very end.
he's like, no, this is real. He's like, this is actually happening. Okay. Nothing else leading up to that moment mattered. But like, look, yeah, the story sucks, but I enjoy it for the atmosphere because I just almost like the same reason I like H2O. Just like put a bunch of people in one location and just see what happens. Like I just kill them off one by one. I
Right.
just that to me that's fun. And it's a fun movie for me. Is pointless as it is. It's a pointless movie.
This is the only one that I didn't enjoy.
Yeah, you say that, but I don't know. It's got like that early 2000s Matrix flair, and it's also when torture porn's getting big. So
Right.
there's a few scenes to kind of like resemble like
The surgeon actually shows up again, which is pretty cool.
yeah.
Other than that, the Cenobites aren't really notable. I mean, the surgeon gets more screen time than Butterball.
Hmm.
You know. Um, Now with this next one, yes, it's objectively the worst film in the series, but I don't think
Props, man.
people consider the fact that the movie was they cast it literally it was done in like a few weeks. Like the actors got hired and went through casting and was on set the same week. Pretty
With what
much.
they had to work with, you can tell there's like zero funding.
Right.
I can tell you right now, affirmatively, I don't know, man. I don't think they filmed in Tijuana. What do you think? Do you think they filmed in Tijuana? I don't think they filmed in Tijuana. So you got these two fucking Columbine assholes. That's what they remind me of. There's just two
Jesus.
assholes. It's two kids. And the movie starts
Incels too.
super misogynistic.
I think
Yeah,
Steven's a little better,
yeah.
but
But
they're both drunk, so
they got us beat. They got us beat by like
I've never been
we're
to Tijuana.
we're not misogynistic. I mean drunkards, but damn, they got us beat.
Mm.
So you got these two guys, and the movie starts off. And it was probably a format that will frighten away many people tuning in. It starts off like a found footage movie, and the first few minutes are in this format. And I've seen a lot of people say that they turned it off because they thought it was a fucking found footage Hellraiser movie. And honestly, that's probably a good thing they turned off what they did. Otherwise, they'd see that maybe it'd been better if it was. But they don't commit to the whole found footage thing. And Slug here seems to think that the original idea was that it was supposed to be an entirely found footage film, and that they realized that it was. What'd you say?
I said that originally all the scenes with Steven and Nico was supposed to all be found footage. Like all the scenes with Steven and Nico before Steven shows back up to the family, which spoiler is actually Nico. But all the scenes that were Steven and Nico individual, like going to skin the women to help Nico get his skin back and everything, the killing of the women, like all of it. I generally believe all of it was supposed to be found footage, but they either ran out of time or thought it was a shitty idea, but they couldn't go back and film
Well,
the new scenes.
the camera they're using to film the movie, anyways, is just as bad and just as shaky as the found footage parts,
Right.
because you can tell they don't have a tripod.
Yeah.
It's just some guy holding a camera. Probably like it's not even an iPhone.
Right.
Some guy's filming on a fucking Nokia flip, trying to get these shots, and it doesn't look great. You can tell there's no funding, but I'll give the movie some credit. They tried, and I'd say it's a valiant attempt, but they're very short on time, very short on money.
Pinhead is not Pinhead.
No, it's not, so Doug's gone.
Doug is gone.
He's out of the house. He's gone. So we get stuck with this new guy who I gotta say he's not a bad Pinhead on paper. Like his actual performance is solid. If they just gave him a voice modulator, deepen his voice, give him some of that Doug Bradley bravado, I think it would have worked. But they don't change his voice, so it's a guy that sounds like he's doing a Doug Bradley impersonation, and he's got a baby face. It's very chunky. It's not the body type that
Yeah,
Doug has at
Doug
all.
Pinhead's got a little chunkiness into this. Running your money, being big sauce daddy.
Yeah, he's got me running for my money. But he's got like these chipmunk cheeks. It's like
Yeah,
he's got like nuts in there or something. I don't know. He doesn't look like Pinhead at all. But
he's
he,
just a nut drag on the series, dragging your nuts across the Hellraiser. Just like, nah, we're just gonna. We gotta keep the rights. Fuck it. You don't get any money. Do your best.
the movie's an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
When you take away the credits, there's barely any film. You could skip this and what? I missed the movie? Don't worry about it.
it had nothing to do.
This
I
no, it could have been a home invasion movie and it would have made no difference. It could have been a sequel to fucking Strangers.
The craziest thing is that the ending implies there's going to be a sequel to this movie. But we never got it, nor did I wanted it.
I didn't want this one anyway.
I like the mean ending
Oh,
though. The
it's
fact that
sad.
Nico was supposed to suffer in hell, but the dad shoots him and is like, nobody gets to kill him but me. And then Pinhead's like, "Oh, that's funny. You think you can leave now just like because Nico opened the box and he's dead now? No, I'm taking your wife because somebody was supposed to be here torturing. Now you're dying in the arms of your daughter, knowing that your wife is now tortured for eternity."
Because you wanted to be Star Lord from Infinity War.
Yeah,
Punch Thanos.
yeah. Oh, yeah. There's not much to say about these ones, but
I don't know. I think
controversially, I love Judgment. Everything but the ending. I think the ending is actual shit. Like it's a horrible ending to the movie. I get it, plot reasons like that. Like it makes sense, but it's not a good ending. I love the meanness. I love the griminess of it. I
it's
love
dirty. It's a gross movie.
Yeah, I love how depraved the movie is, and the Pinhead in this movie did a lot better.
Well, because they do something the last movie should have done is obscure him in shadow.
Hmm.
The lighting department really
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 shines.
shines, I guess,
Yeah.
is concealing him. So you hide the fact that this isn't Doug, and they actually give him the voice modulation too on top of it. So yeah, the Pinhead in this movie is leagues above the last one, but I think where this movie shines is it's the first movie in a long time, probably since four, that explores the mythology
Hmm.
of the Hellraiser world because most of them it's an afterthought. This one is like okay, it introduced the auditor, and they use a bunch of like legal terms to describe what's going on and all these people. It's like back to the professionalism that the Cenobites uphold. 'Cause,
Right.
yeah, they're gross, they're nasty, they're dirty, but there's some sense of professionalism to what they're doing. And the whole auditing system of deciding that this person's a sinner and that they need to go to hell, it, it's so over the top for no reason. Like within the first 2 minutes of this movie, I can see people puking.
Hmm. I love it. It's mean. It's depraved. It's disgusting, and I love every moment of it. Especially that's one of the in this series. This is the best cold open since three.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hell, I mean the seven plot line that they decide to follow with like the instead of seven deadly sins, you got the Ten Commandments.
Hmm.
But by the way, is everyone stupid? How about the detective that keeps saying biblical shit? Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's the guy.
Right.
The guy who keeps talking, the only guy in the movie talking biblical stuff,
Hmm.
trying to solve the case involving the Ten Commandments. I don't know. They probably thought they were clever when they wrote that. It was like,
No.
no, maybe like a one hint, but no, it doesn't. It kind of falls flat. The whole mystery it goes back to the seedy detective stuff, but this one I think does it the best. I think of
Mm-hmm.
the rest of the quote unquote noir Hellraiser films, this one does it the best.
The scene in the opening, with the blood pouring out on the chick's tits, man.
Had you feel in a certain way?
Yeah, it's like I got a fetish achievement, like in all the memes. I'm like, fuck me, I've been watching too many Hellraiser movies. Like, this is literally the 10th movie in a row that I've watched. I've consecutively watched 1 through 10 almost in one sitting. And, like, by the end of our shift, at the end of Judgment, I was like, I need a break.
Well,
'Cause-
it's like, well, think about it. That's what Hellraiser is about. Is you becoming numb to something and growing to accept it.
right.
You were in hell for so long, you came to accept the fact that maybe I am into this. It convinced you that you were. It convinced you that you're into it.
hmm
Um, I,
Especially with the hooks. But we don't have to get in details.
that's worse than I thought.
Um,
So the inclusion of finally getting some confirmation that there's a heaven, that there's a God, and that there's angels, and I can see a lot of people being upset with the betrayal.
I am yes and no. That's how I feel about it.
It doesn't bother me because this is Hellraiser. It's mean. It's
hmm
bleak.
hmm
Of course, heaven is gonna be no different.
Right.
Like yeah, in Hellraiser, that's how heaven would be perceived.
Bunch of bimbos who are a bunch of bitches.
I love it. I mean, that's my
Bimbo
concept.
angels.
Yeah, yeah. It was a straight up porn star. Yeah, that's great.
But as good as the movie is, it was a breath of fresh air. It was dark. It was gritty. It was a really good noir detective. Pinhead was phenomenal. All the extra Cenobites were amazing. And then at the very end, the Pinhead's punishment for disobeying God was that he became mortal. And it makes sense that that would be the biggest punishment for somebody who is internally in pain, is to be human again. But it just devalues the whole thing with Elliot, and it wouldn't, like, it asks so many questions. Like, if he resumed back to his human life at that time, he would be like 100 and something, you know? If he resumed back to his human self, I don't know. It might be a different continuity, you
It
know?
has to be because it doesn't line up with Bloodline.
Yeah.
It does. It's,
Yeah. I mean, overall, it's a really solid movie, but like I said,
as
the
a
ending.
as a standalone film, it works. But when you look at but Elliot,
Yeah.
but I don't think this movie cares
Elliot.
about Elliot or previous installments. That's
Right.
not really what it's about.
No.
Um,
I I love this movie. I was surprised that Judgment was gonna be probably my favorite after four. Like honestly,
it's
after the
crazy.
first four, the last one, because before I watched two, three, four, all the way to 10, we were talking about doing this episode, and I said that, huh, I think the best poster is Judgment, and you were like, because you were like, yeah, the later series it gets really bad. I'm like, oh fuck, do I like the poster for the worst one in the series? I don't. I think I love Judgment. I would highly recommend it, especially if you like the Rob Zombie kind of grimy, mean horror. I think that this, I mean, if you don't approach it thinking that this is in continuation of the original, like the timeline of Hellraiser, because then the ending of the movie just spoils it.
or
Spoils,
maybe there's a sequel to it we'll never get. That explains how he becomes Pinhead again.
right.
I mean, sure.
But instead of getting another entry after Judgment, we got a reboot, a
Thank God.
remake.
Thank God. It's sad.
Oh yeah,
It was a long time coming, and this one is far more faithful to the original Clive Barker book, and Barker actually helped work on this film. A big critique about this film, which is essentially just a rehash of the second movie, as we're stating, is the fact that Pinhead's a woman. being played by a woman in this movie, and people, I don't know what stick they have up their ass, but
Not only is it more accurate, but she's so fucking hot.
which helps.
Yes.
It does help. But it's more accurate to the book. But another thing that bothers people is they say it's gay bait is what they call it. They think it's gay bait because the actress, by the way, is gay.
Hmm.
But here's something that bothers me. It really grinds my gears. Clive Barker's gay. And a lot of people are saying that this movie was, oh, it's trying to appeal to the leftists, trying to appeal to the gay community. It's like, that's not what Hellraiser's about. If you don't think that's what Hellraiser's about, you're not a Hellraiser fan, you don't know what you're talking about, and you most definitely don't know who the hell Clive Barker is.
Right.
Because Clive Barker's a gay guy,
Hmm.
and his sexuality is up front and center in the series.
Right.
Not every installment focuses on it, and it does lose sight of the original intention of the author. But this movie understands and is probably the most accurate, if not the single most best representation of the entire series encapsulated in one movie.
It's so good. And the fact that, yeah, to call it gay bait is so fucking stupid because literally, as soon as the brother dies, the only thing that's quote unquote gay about it is that his partner says, "My boyfriend, your brother, my boyfriend, your brother," and he barely says it at all. He just says your brother most of the time, more often than not. So to just say that it's just gay bait because of the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the film, get the fuck out of my face.
It's stupid.
Especially it being a homosexual relationship puts it more in line with Hellraiser because it is conceived as taboo, a relationship that is taboo, and that's the whole thing about Hellraiser is that taboo sexual pleasures, sexual fetishes that are considered taboo, whether it's an extreme BDSM or just uncontroversial, non-traditional missionary straight sex. Literally anything that isn't vanilla. It's all about Hellraiser being anything but vanilla. And to just say that the movie sucks because you got a female lead actress that's more accurate to the book, and to say that it's gay bait for the first 10 minutes of the film, having a homosexual relationship that not only puts it in line with the Hellraiser movies, but puts in that level of taboo that the first one does very well, but the remake does better. And then you want to say that this is the worst movie in the series? You can go fuck yourself. like you clearly don't understand
The
Hellraiser.
people who gave this a one, and Slug here went on IMDb because there was just a slew of just wrong opinions.
Yes, yes, I didn't give it a 10 because I think if we're looking at it at the perception of comparing it to the other films, I put it at 9 because this is my second favorite Hellraiser movie. Hellbound Heart is better, and I think because of the practical effects, the actual like homebrew and then the vibes of the movie is just what I love so much about old school horror films. But the remake is just, I would say, it's perfect for in terms of recreating the first and second film. Yes, there's not much from the first movie, but it just perfectly encapsulates and captures what Hellraiser is about. And to say that it's the worst entry,
It's
clearly you haven't seen
it,
Revelations.
or any other Hellraiser movie because this is the most Hellraiser film.
Yes.
It's the only one I'd say more than so than the first, and the first one's my favorite. And we'll get to final rankings in a minute. It's the only one where I'd say if you had to watch any of them, if not for the historical aspect of it, just to get the message of what the movie's trying to say, this is the one.
Yeah.
This is the one.
Yeah. And it has modern filmmaking, modern characters, like more modern. So
But
like
there's still a lot of
I think
there's still a lot of practical stuff going on.
yeah, but I feel like in terms of normie horror films, I think if you really wanted to get a feel of Hellraiser, but you didn't want to deal with like watching a movie from the '80s, because there's people like that. If you really want to get a good idea, watch the 2022 remake of Hellraiser. It is phenomenal. It is one of the best remakes I've ever seen, and it is the second best film in this series.
Well, let's get into all of that right now.
Yes.
You want to go first?
Okay, I'm gonna say we're gonna go like my number one, and then you say your number one, and then I'll say my number two, and then you'll say number two.
Okay,
How's that?
sure.
My number one is Hellbound Heart, the second Hellraiser movie.
One.
Hellraiser 1 for you. My second favorite is Hellraiser 2022.
I didn't get this far. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Number 3 is Hellraiser.
Two.
Yeah. Hell on Earth is 4.
Three.
Yeah, 3. For your fourth favorite is 3.
Yeah.
Okay. 5, I would say Bloodline.
Judgment.
Mmm. Mm. My sixth pick is Judgment.
My six pick is Cell World. You know what? Scratch that. Put Bloodline there.
Okay. 7, I'm gonna say Hellseeker.
Hell World.
8, I'm gonna say Deader.
What's a Hellseeker?
9, I'm gonna say Inferno.
Deader.
10, I'm gonna say Hellworld.
Inferno.
And then 11, I'm gonna say
Well, there you go. Yeah, Revelations.
Revelations. And see, the thing is, I don't know we're capping this up, but like now that like the ranking is out, I flip flop with Hellworld and Revelations, and it's because I think the story that they were trying to tell with Revelations is better than Hellworld, but Hellworld is objectively a better shot film. So it's like is the concept better than the what we got, or vice versa? Because I'm gonna put Revelations at the bottom just because how shoddy it is. But I really don't. I'm really tempted to put Hellworld as the worst Hellraiser film.
It's the worst Hellraiser movie, but it's not the worst movie in the series, if that makes sense. Like as a Hellraiser movie, it has no right to call itself that. But I think it's a better, more confident film than others on the list.
Yeah, Revelations feels like a Hellraiser movie. It's just a shit shot movie.
I didn't think we talked about Steven.
We didn't even
As
talk.
far, as far as like him playing technically three different roles.
Yeah, we were mentioned that we were going to talk about it, but we didn't.
Yeah, so Steven plays himself, and then he plays Frank. Excuse me, Nico as Steven, wearing Steven's skin. And then he plays the Deadite, the
Cinebite, yeah.
the Cenobite version of Steven. So, I mean, yeah, you can say the Cenobite Steven and the human Steven are technically the same character, but they're really, in
They're played
execution, they're
differently.
not.
Yeah.
So, you say what you want about that movie. Steven, the actor, his acting's terrible, but he also has to play three different characters, and I have to give him kudos for just trying to play three different characters. Isn't that so cost efficient? Like from a budgetary point of view, to just have one guy play three different people.
Oh, that's fun.
I like it. You know, I can't be mad at it.
All in all, like yes, I think objectively it's the worst film in the series, but I did enjoy some of it.
Well, it's like New Generation.
Okay, I think it's drastically different from New Generation because New Generations is actually really fun to watch because of how bad it is. Revelations, we give the benefit of the doubt
I think
because there's
it's try-
potential there. It was just the studio's fault why it sucks. That's all it is because the studios suck.
right.
I think why New Generations is not like it is because it's actually fun. It's fun because it's so bad and they give up halfway through. I'm trying to keep it a grounded Texas Chainsaw film because It really wasn't from the very start. You know, there were things that were off from it being a Texas Chainsaw movie, and then they said, "Fuck it, look, it's the Illuminati."
They gave up.
Uh, but you gotta give it to Revelations for trying.
I do, and I like it.
Yeah,
Uh, but watching this series in pretty much one go
it was fun. Like,
was
if
not surprisingly wasn't like going through hell.
no, I think for me, the one that I enjoyed the least watching was Hellworld.
Mm.
At the end of the day, Revelations was a roller coaster, but it wasn't a bad roller coaster in the sense that did I enjoy watching it? Yeah, but I can objectively see that it's the worst film in the series because
Right.
of the studio. But I was surprised how much I fucking loved Judgment and it being not Doug and really enjoying the performance of Pinhead too.
Mm.
Obviously, other than the shit ending, that I don't know. It was just all fun. Honestly, it was
I
all
want to see the
fun.
auditor again.
Hmm?
I want to see the auditor again.
Hmm.
It's just neat.
Yeah, it introduced new characters, and I love how they enjoy the depravity of the people they're judging. Because it's like, because how real the auditor was when he was like, you understand the situation you're in. You're not asking questions. You're not like panicking. You're not freaking out. You understand that you're tied there, and you understand the situation. So okay, I'll bite. I'll tell you what's going on. Instead of the first guy who's wigging the fuck out, freaking out, and he's talking, and the auditor has to tell him, "Do you understand the situation you're in? You don't have to hide information. We already know everything." You
It's
know?
scary. It's
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah, like he's trying to be like, "Oh, I didn't do anything with that kid." And it's like, "No, like we saw what you did with that
That's why
kid."
you're here.
Right. Yeah.
We know that's why you're here.
Right.
There's no denying it anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to hide anything.
You're not here to defend yourself. This isn't a trial. Not that kind of trial. You're not getting defense. We're here to tell you what's going to happen.
Right. We just want to get the full detail of what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's like you're not
I
here
want
to
you to say it.
you're not here to get out of it.
Right.
We're here to tell you what's going to happen with the information you're going to provide us.
Right.
I like that.
Ugh, it was so fun. I really enjoyed this one. Next week is going to be a little rough.
It's not as fun because it's more real.
Hmm.
Uh, just like Elliot Spencer in World War One, we got some very similar things in the pipeline that may relate to the concept of war. We'll find out next week. Any closing arguments? Any closing points?
Closing arguments? No. Closing statements? Hellworld sucks.
Was it like going through hell for you?
That one, yeah. Yeah, I think that it's. I think subjectively, I think Hellworld is the worst film in this series, but objectively, it's Revelations.
Oh my god. I don't know why that just happened. You ever get like flash images in your head? So I saw Tommy Wiseau from The Room saying in Doug Bradley's voice, "You're tearing my soul apart, Lisa." I don't know why, but I saw Tommy Wiseau as Pinhead. I want to see that now. I want to see that now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a god honest pleasure. Thank you for listening. Please don't listen to the naysayers. Check out the series.
Especially watch the new, or quote unquote new.
If you watch any, the first, second, and the remake are, I think, required viewing for any horror head.
Hmm.
I think it's imperative. Watch the originals for the historical nature of it, and watch the remake to get the true message that Clive was trying to hammer home in
Hmm.
the original. Thank you guys for stopping on by. Please check out even the worst movies in this franchise. It's part of the experience.
It's part of the experience. Thank you for joining us in the Sin Den. As always, we love you. I have been Slug.
And I am the Big Sauce Daddy, Chandler Allen Berry. And we'll see you next week. Goodbye.
Peace.